also in a union, which is a little bit different for white-collar workers, but they have a contract that runs to 2026. Does this inform how that will go?
You know, I think we have to see, right? Because we're definitely coming off a period where labor has had some really good bargaining power coming out of the pandemic. You know, and so we've kind of seen across this year and last year a lot of very nice contract, you know, rate increases if you're organized labor. I'm not so sure that that's as strong for the you know, for the engineers, and I'm not sure it persists into 2026. My guess is maybe not quite as good out in 2026, but I think, you know, I guess we'll see as things develop.
You know, Boeing's working on this KC-46 tanker right now for the Air Force. Will any of this impact contracts like that?
So yes, we think so. The KC-46 is a derivative of the 767, and that 767 is a commercial airplane, right? They continue to build, they sell FedEx and other folks. So we think they don't get the hulls to build KC-46s, so that could interrupt it. There's not a lot scheduled from now to the end of the year. I was looking at it earlier. I think we're 10-ish, maybe a little bit more, maybe 15. You know, look, U.S. military readiness, we need to continue to refresh that fleet. The existing tanker fleet is 50, 60 years old. It's tired. But I think a push of a couple months on tankers isn't the end of the world. But I think the Biden administration's on to the idea that, yeah, first of all, Boeing's an important economic powerhouse, and two, it's a big defense contractor, and so they want to keep it healthy. They need to keep.
Well, that's important. Losses on the KC-46 program reportedly topping $7 billion. George, when you look at this year and you give the 30,000-foot view, pun intended in this case, it started with that door plug blowing out in January, and not a lot has gotten better since then. You add what's going on with NASA. They've stranded a couple of astronauts in space. Now you've got the work stoppage. How would you describe this year for this storied American company?
Yeah, I think it's been a very rough year. I guess as I look at the company, I hope that the takeaway here is that there's a collaboration between the management teams and the workforce, because the workforce does a lot for this business. It's very specialized manufacturing. It's not like manufacturing autos where you have much higher volumes, a lot more automation. These are very skilled workers. You know, and I think they need to go back to an engineering culture. And I think the breakdowns that we've seen are a function of them leaving sort of that fostering of good manufacturing and that strong engineering culture. So hopefully when we are all done with this, it's a turnaround year.
You think Kelly Ortberg's sleeping at night?
I think that's why they went to someone who's retired to take the job. And my sense is that Kelly in his mid-60s won't be doing this for a decade. It'll burn someone out quickly. I think they need someone to come in here and get them through a pretty rough patch before they put this in the hands of someone who's going to take it for another decade or so. I do think it's hard for him.
George, we just got a breaker here on the terminal. Boeing's ratings may be cut by Moody's to junk. Moody's ratings placing Boeing's ratings on review for downgrade. How significant?
I think important, right? The cost of raising debt is going to go up with that. You know, and I think that Boeing will need to come to the capital markets to raise some cash. Like I said, I think they're near the bottom of where they want to be for running the company. So they either need to go to the equity markets and raise some equity, and, you know, equity holders never like getting diluted, or to the credit markets. This may even push them to go into the equity markets, given the cost of debt as they get lowered. But a lot of folks have been very concerned about this in credit markets.
Stock doesn't like it. We're down over 3% now, $5, $157 a share. George, where's it going from here?
Yeah, I mean, that's hard. Like I said, I'm hoping that we're all done. When we're all done with this, this becomes the year where they fixed some of these challenges inside the company that developed over the last decades. I mean, as I look forward, We have another union contract coming due out of St. Louis earlier in the new year. As you mentioned, the engineers contract comes up as well in 2026. But we're looking more at that union contract in St. Louis. There are less number of employees there, so the effects are, I think, less intense. I think really this company's story going forward is about delivering more airplanes, getting to that 38 rate and beyond to really start to build cash flow and profitability. And we don't see the stones in the road like we've seen this year. Some of them obviously appear out of nowhere, but we've been watching this union contract knowing it was coming up. So I don't see as many stones in the road. I'm hoping this is the year to put it together.
The red headline breaks just as we're talking to George Ferguson at Bloomberg Intelligence. George, thank you so much. It's great to talk to someone who really knows
Our developers
what they
can
are
start
talking
building
about. Boeing
today with
shares falling to session lows
GPT-4o
now
and
are
making
down over
amazing AI applications, deploying them at scale. 4o is available at 2x faster, 50% cheaper, and 5 times higher rate limits compared to GPT-4 Turbo. But, as we bring these technologies into the world, it's quite challenging to figure out how to do so in a way that's both useful and also safe. And GPT-4o presents new challenges for us when it comes to safety, because we're dealing with real-time audio, real-time vision. And our team has been hard at work figuring out how to build in mitigations against misuse. We continue to work with different stakeholders out there, from government, media, entertainment, all industries, red teamers, civil society, to figure out how to best bring these technologies into the world. So over the next few weeks, we'll continue our iterative deployment to bring out all the capabilities to you. But today, I want to show you all these capabilities. So we'll do some live demos. I will bring on 2 of our research leads, Mark Chen and Barrett Zhou.
Hi, I'm Barrett.
Hey, I'm Mark. So one of the key capabilities we're really excited to share with you today is real-time conversational speech. Let's just get a demo fired up. So I'm taking out a phone. If you are wondering about this wire, it's so we have consistent internet. And if you see, there's this little icon on the bottom right of the ChatGPT app, and this will open up GPT-4o's audio capabilities. Hey, ChatGPT, I'm Mark. How are you?
Oh, Mark. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Hey, so I'm on stage right now. I'm doing a live demo, and frankly, I'm feeling a little bit nervous. Can you help me calm my nerves a little bit?
Oh, you're doing a live demo right now? That's awesome. Just take a deep breath. And remember, you're the expert here.
I like that suggestion. Let me try a couple deep breaths. Can you give me feedback on my breaths? Okay, here I go.
Whoa, slow a bit there. Mark, you're not a vacuum cleaner. Breathe in for a count of 4.
Okay, let me try again. So I'm gonna breathe in deeply, and then breathe
then
out.
For 4, and then exhale slowly.
Okay, I'll try again. Breathing in, and breathe out.
That's it. How do you feel?
I feel a lot better. Thank you so much.
So Mark, you've been working on these capabilities for a while now. Can you tell us a bit how it's different from voice mode?
Right, so if you've used our voice mode experience before, you'll notice a couple key differences. First, you can now interrupt the model. You don't have to wait for it to finish your turn before you can start speaking, and you can just butt in whenever you want. Second, the model is real-time responsiveness. So that means that you don't have this awkward 2 to 3 second lag before you wait for the model to give a response. And finally, the model picks up on emotion, right? When I was breathing super hard there, it could tell, and it knew, hey, you might want to calm down a little bit. You're kind of running a little bit too fast. So, it really has that capability across the board to perceive your emotion. Not only that, though, the model is able to generate voice in a variety of different emotive styles. And it really has a wide dynamic range. So I'm going to fire up another demo for that. Yeah. Hey, ChatGPT, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Pretty good.
What's up?
So my friend Barrett here, he's been having trouble sleeping lately. And I want you to tell him a bedtime story about robots and love.
Oh, a bedtime story about robots and love? I got you covered. Gather round, Barrett. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot named Byte. Byte was a curious robot, always exploring.
I started this story, but I want a little bit more emotion in your voice, a little bit more drama.
Got it. Let's add some drama. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot named Byte.
No, ChatGPT. I really want maximal emotion, like maximal expressiveness, much more than you were doing before.
Understood. Let's amplify the drama. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Another move lower for Boeing shares. Moments ago, we learned that Boeing may be cut by Moody's. Ratings placed on watch negative from Outlook negative by Moody's. Right now, we do have Boeing shares. They are declining by 3.3%. Boeing factory workers walked off the job at midnight for the first time in 16 years, halting manufacturing across the plane makers' Seattle facilities. Again, we've got Boeing shares slumping now by 3.3%. An update, we're off session highs, but still lots of green on the screen. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. 26-point gain right now for the S&P, up by about 0.5%. We've got the Dow up 272, up 0.7. NASDAQ up 0.5. 10-year yield 3.64%. The 2-year 3.57%. Gold up $23 the ounce, up 0.9%, 25.81. We are looking at a record on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.1%, 69.07 per barrel of WTI. The University of Michigan's National Consumer Sentiment Index is up, advancing to a 4-month high in early September. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Short-term inflation expectations fell to the lowest since the end of 2020. A larger share of Americans now view unemployment as more worrisome than inflation. That's consistent with the assessment of Federal Reserve officials who are expected to lower interest rates at next week's policy meeting. A Bloomberg survey of economists points to 3/4-point rate cuts through the end of the year. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And again, the 10-year 3.64%, S&P up 27 to 56.23, a gain of 0.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Welcome to Friday. You made it to the threshold of the weekend, and glad you're with us here on Balance of Power, the fastest show in politics. I just realized when I was walking into the studios, Friday the 13th, we're going to call that good luck today. It certainly appears to be on the markets, with big questions about whether there'll be another debate. You thought this was settled yesterday when Donald Trump said there would be no third debate, of course, remembering he already did the dance with Joe Biden. Then we had the debate with Kamala Harris this week. They're still talking about it, though, and I'll remind everyone, if you were listening last evening on the late edition of Balance of Power, our panel, Lester Munson, Kristen Hahn, they think there'll be another debate. They say Donald Trump won't be able to resist the opportunity, and I suspect that it will probably key off polling and where we are a couple of weeks from now in this campaign. If he's in the lead, maybe not, but both candidates are still talking about it on the trail. Here's Trump and Harris from yesterday.
Donald Trump and I had our first debate. I believe we owe it to the voters to have another debate.
She immediately called for a second debate, which means that she was like a prize fighter that lost a fight. We've done 2 debates, and because they were successful, there will be no third debate.
Everybody's gaming, right? There will be no third debate. He wrote it in all caps with exclamation points on Truth Social yesterday. Now, we spoke on the debate night, if you were with us as part of our special, with a man named Ian Sams, a senior advisor to the Harris campaign. He's out with a new campaign memo that Playbook got its hands on, writing that Donald Trump is avoiding a rematch, he says, in part because he is hard-pressed to defend the toxic positions he espoused on Tuesday. Whether or not explicitly ruling out a national abortion ban or continuing to defend January 6 rioters, mentioning concepts of a plan when it came to health care. Quote, in almost any other circumstance, Sam's right, any one of these answers might drive days of media crisis for the candidate. The voters who will decide this election are repulsed, he says, by positions like these. That doesn't mean there won't be another debate, but I can tell you someone who agrees with Ian Sams is Jasmine Crockett, the congresswoman from Texas, joined me last evening on the late edition of Balance of Power and did not mince words. Here she is.
Even a blind man could see that it was a man down situation the other day during the debate. You know, one of the phrases that we use as a colloquialism is that we snatch wigs. Well, I'm just telling you, he got his toupee snatched. And so regardless of what type of spinning he's going to try to do, it is clear that he knows that this is a woman that he literally just cannot measure up to. And so absolutely, he doesn't want to go another round.
So the goading continues. His toupee snatched. You really think Donald Trump is going to resist the opportunity to do this again? Let's assemble our panel for their take. Jeannie's back today, I'm glad to say. Jeannie Shanzano, of course, Bloomberg Politics contributor, our Democratic analyst, and political science professor at Iona University. Good to see you, Jeannie. Maura Gillespie is here, too. We've got a great panel. Founder, principal, BlueStack Strategies, Republican strategist, and veteran of John Boehner's Speaker's Office. Great to have both of you here. Maura, it's been a while. I'd love your take on what we saw Tuesday night and whether this gamesmanship we've seen and heard ever since then leads us to, in fact, another presidential debate before the election.
I mean, let's just be honest. It was a train wreck. As sad as it is, it just was a train wreck. And I was surprised to hear as much policy as I did hear, but for the majority of the debate, I was cringing, along with, I think, many Americans, wondering what the heck was going on up there, because it really seemed like he got rattled very quickly and really just unraveled and lost several opportunities to capitalize on Kamala Harris not answering questions directly, right? He could have called her out on that several times, but he chose not to because he heard something in whatever she said and he got, triggered by it and had to respond because he can't control himself. And I think that if anything we learn is, again, someone who cannot control their, immediate reactions like he can't, that's not somebody who you want in the Oval Office, the commander in chief. And so I think for him to say that he's not going to do debates, he started to tee this up Wednesday morning. He was on Fox and Friends saying that, the Fox debate would be, something he would consider, but not if Martha and Brett were the hosts, which is obviously what they were, the invitation was. He wanted somebody like Jesse Waters or Laura Ingraham, which is a non-starter. So I don't think that it's a surprise that he's now saying, I'm not doing it, because truthfully, it was a benefit to her. It wasn't a benefit for him. He can say he won all he wants, but the reality is that the large takeaway from most people is that she won hands down.
Jeannie, Brian Fallon, spokesperson for the Harris campaign. The vice president is clear she believes there should be another debate. And we do not consider this to be the last word from him. Do you?
Well, when Donald Trump says never again in all caps, I try to believe it, but then you look back and you realize he says some things one day and then the next day. And by the way, happy Friday the 13th to both of you. Hey, I don't believe it. You're welcome. I think it's going to depend an awful lot on what happens out on the trail. If he needs to debate, if he feels like it's something that he needs to do, if we see movement in the polls, particularly in swing states, I think he may change his mind. So I think we have to take a wait and see attitude. I will tell you, I'm hoping and praying on this Friday 13th we get another one because it was so fun. So I'm hoping they do it again, but I think it'll depend on what happens in the polls in particular.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the stuff that was said in that first debate. Maura, you make a great point. We've heard it from a lot of Republicans. There were opportunities for Donald Trump to really go after Kamala Harris on some policy ideas. Some of the criticism that she made of him could have been more effectively refuted because he was spending time on some things like migrants eating house pets and other animals. despite some of the analysis that we heard and sort of the raised eyebrows after some of these remarks, he's still pursuing them. That has become, in fact, part of his stump speech. He was, of course, in a rally last night, Tucson, Arizona. Listen to Donald Trump.
Recording of 911 calls even show residents are reporting that the migrants are walking off with the town's geese. They're taking the geese. You know where the geese are? In the park, in the lake. And even walking off with their pets. My dog's been taken. My dog.
Doesn't have a dog. They're taking the geese, Maura. Do you know where the geese are, he says? In the park, in the lake. This is part of the stump speech now. Of course, he's talking about Springfield, Ohio. In a story that was debunked before the debate took place, ABC News actually told him that David Muir was criticized for fact-checking him on this. But you know, you can read the forensics on where all this stuff came from on social media, delivered by Laura Loomer on the jet to Philadelphia, I guess, at some point on Tuesday. This is going to be part of the conversation for the rest of the campaign?
Yes, it's embarrassing. I just think about this on the world stage, how this looks to people. I mean, how embarrassing that we have this candidate out there talking about where are the geese and saying that migrants are eating them and eating your pets. I mean, it's not supposed to be funny, but you can't help but laugh because it's so ridiculous. But what I think is, you know, looking at it from a messaging standpoint, and the reason why I think he is continuing to do this at rally after rally, I think that he doesn't really want to win because he's not trying to broaden his base. He's not trying to broaden his voter, outreach. He is simply focused on those loudest voices in the MAGA wing and ginning them up and getting them on fear, anger, and really talking to like these deep-seated biases that people have, unfortunately, towards immigrants. And it's really, really damaging to us as a country, but also on the world stage to us because we are a nation of immigrants. It's how we got founded here. I mean, both my grandfathers came from other countries. I mean, it's just something that so many people can identify with. So then when you start to demonize it and make a mockery of people who come here for a better life and for the American dream, to the rest of the country, that does not speak to us. And I think that, again, I know I've said this before, but I don't think he actually wants to be president. I think what he wants is to keep his MAGA supporters strong around him so that when he doesn't win, he can say it was rigged, and then he can continue to campaign because theoretically he can run again and just fundraise for the next 4 years, sitting at Mar-a-Lago and enjoying his time there while having the support of his strongest, most loudest MAGA supporters. But it's a terrible strategy for Republicans down ballot.
Well, I don't know if he's, I won't doubt his motivations. We're actually going to talk next hour with David Rubenstein, who sat down with Donald Trump to talk about his desire to be president again. But Jeannie, do you like the foie gras? Little sauterne, people pay a lot of money to eat geese.
That's right. I think it's interesting because I have a slightly different take. I think his political instincts are right on this. Immigration is an issue for valid reasons, is concerning people across the country. But as opposed to doubling down on the issues people care about as it concerns illegal immigration, for instance, overcrowded schools and the fact that resources are being expended and, those kinds of real issues that any nation has to confront, he is instead trying to get the message out there and break through a really tough media environment with these crazy talking points. And so, his instinct is right, but he hasn't been able to stay on the message. And I think that is where he loses people. And, for his base, this may work. But if this becomes a race for that moderate middle, it is probably not going to move anybody who hasn't already supported Donald Trump in the past. And he needs to do better in 2020.
Well, thank you for indulging us with a serious answer. I'm sorry. I feel like with the geese and the dive, if you don't have a sense of humor, I don't know, beat me up for that. But some of this stuff, Maura, gets more serious, like executing babies after they're born. That was fact-checking the debate. And this idea he brought forth last evening, we've heard it sometime about transgender youth. Here's Donald Trump again from Tucson.
We will keep critical race theory and transgender insanity out of our school. Can you imagine your child goes to school and they don't even call you and they change the sex of your child? Think of it. And you know who the leader of that whole thing was? Kamala.
Okay, now that's just, obviously that's not true, but that's something that can scare a lot of parents, Maura, when they hear something like that. Is it incumbent upon media, news media, to report on this, Kamala Harris's campaign, or both?
I think all of the above there. I think that, again, he's hitting at issues that can really drive people's deep-seated fears, and especially when it comes to schools and, you know, who's in charge, really. But to say and to insinuate and to claim that there are medical procedures happening while your child is in second grade at, like, off the school bus, it's just absurd, but it's also incredibly dangerous. And again, to Jeannie's point is, there was ways to talk about these issues in a more serious matter. You know, talking about Rachel Morin from Maryland, and when you're talking about immigration and the overflux that we're having at the border, you can talk about personal stories like that with the permission of the family, not bringing up Aiden Clark, whose parents have said, please do not bring my child into your hate. You know, Rachel Morin's family is okay with him talking about what happened to her, and her, you know, so that situation, you can talk about policy issues in that regard and bring a human element into it. And again, and similar with nature with schools, I think it's really important not only for local communities, but to speak out against this, both in media, the Harris Walls campaign, but also in, you know, down ballot. Representatives should be talking about this and pointing to examples where this is not happening in America, and to really push back against that narrative that is being espoused.
We just want to get to policy around here. We want to have a policy conversation on Bloomberg, but you have to clear through all of this noise to get to it. And we'll keep trying that next hour with our panel, Maura Gillespie and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, right here on Bloomberg.
of politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump says no rematch. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the former president rules out another debate with Kamala Harris, who is still pushing for one. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Welcome back, Kaylee. We missed you. I'm not sure this matter on another debate is settled yet, but we do have another policy proposal, if we can call that, from Donald Trump. No taxes on overtime.
Yeah, it seems there's a lot of things that the former president would like to not tax if he indeed takes the Oval Office again. We, of course, add this to no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, but this very clearly is an appeal to blue-collar workers. As he says, overtime, those who work overtime are some of the hardest workers in the country. For too long, no one in Washington, he says, have been looking out for them.
That's true. And of course, he's back to Las Vegas, where the no taxes on tips you mentioned was first floated. And I think there are a few overtime workers there, too, he'll be talking with. This all happens, of course, as the candidates get back on the trail following this week's debate and a question about whether there'll be another.
Yeah, of course, the Harris campaign is likely to continue to push for one, as polls after the debate have suggested most who watched it, and we know there was, 67 million who did so?
67.
Think that the vice president won that debate against Donald Trump, although he maintains he won. He calls himself a prize fighter.
Yeah.
That's the comparison we're drawing.
Let's check back in a couple of weeks, because I feel like we're not done with this yet.
Well, and of course, there is a VP debate still on the books for October 1st between J.D. Vance and Tim Walz. I don't think anyone's trying to cancel that at this point.
It's on, and we'll be bringing that to everyone here on Bloomberg.
Yep, just like every day, we bring a check on the markets at the top of the hour from Charlie Pellet. So let's do that now, up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Kelly, and good afternoon. Happy Friday to you both. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green, but do want to begin with that developing story involving Boeing. Joe broke the news a couple of minutes ago. Boeing shares slumping right now, down by 4.25%. Boeing is at risk of losing its investment-grade credit rating at Moody's as the embattled playmaker faces the prospect of a drawn-out strike by workers that will further disrupt production and cash flow. The company's credit rating now one step above speculative grade known as junk. Workers walked off the job in the Seattle area right around midnight of this morning. Boeing shares today down now by 4%. Stocks higher across the board, off session highs, but still a lot of green on this Friday. The S&P, by the way, on track for a winning week, up 4% on the week now. S&P higher by 33, 56.29 where we stand, up by 0.6%. We've got the Dow up 0.8%, up 314 points, while NASDAQ is up 127, up by 0.7%. 10-year at 3.64%, with a 2-year 3.57%. Gold up 1% at a record 25.83 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil flat on the day, now 68.98 a barrel. Bitcoin up now by 2.3%. So again, recapping here, stocks rally. We got our Friday advance. S&P up 33, up by 0.6%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York with a look at the markets as we close out the trading week here. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where it's been a pretty long week, shall we say. Of course, spearheaded by a presidential debate that took place on Tuesday, and in the days that followed, debate around whether or not a second debate would be happening. It seems, at least for now, Donald Trump does have an answer to that. He says there will be no third debate. Of course, his first was against Joe Biden. His second against Harris.
I like that use of third there. That is good. I will note, anyone who was with us on the late edition of Balance of Power yesterday heard our panel, Lester Munson, Kristen Hahn, neither buying it. They say there will be another debate. Just give it a couple of weeks. Watch the polls. He was talking about more than that yesterday, though. By the way, the eating animals in Springfield, Ohio, now part of the stump speech. We did go through that. He says they're now eating the geese in the parks. But he got to taxes as well. That's part of our job here. I mean, we try to talk about everything we hear. You have to clear through the clutter a little bit. We got to something on taxes for overtime. This follows, as you mentioned, his no taxes on tips.
Yeah, he was talking about this in a rally in Tucson, Arizona yesterday. Here is the proposal.
As part of our additional tax cuts, we will end all taxes on overtime. You know what that means? The people who work overtime are among the hardest working citizens in our country. And for too long, no one in Washington has been looking out for them. It's time for the working man and woman to finally catch a break, and that's what we're doing, because this is a good one. And I think it's going to be great for the country.
Donald Trump from Tucson, Arizona. Yesterday, it's on to Vegas. Tonight, Kaylee, and we bring in Gregory Cordy for more with his eyes on the campaign trail. Bloomberg senior White House and politics correspondent. Great to see you, Gregory. That's going to play pretty well, I'm thinking, when he gets to Las Vegas, where the no taxes on tips was first born.
Yeah, we've had a number of these surprise tax announcements that come seemingly randomly in the middle of Trump rally speeches. You know, if you've ever watched a Trump rally, which Trump wants us to do, and now Kamala Harris would like us to do as well, you know that they can sometimes be a stream of consciousness, right? And so when we get a brand new policy proposal like this, it's a little surprising to us.
Does the campaign know it's coming?
I would have to think so. Okay. If you take Trump at his word, he said he talked about this with some economists who think it's a great idea. I will say I don't think that that opinion is going to be universal among economists. Remember that part of the reason why Congress passed the Fair Labor Standards Act in the first place to require time and a half overtime was a concern that if employers can make their workers work 80 hours a week, that's a whole nother job that somebody else doesn't get. And so if you create incentives for workers to work more overtime, that could have an effect on the overall employment picture. Not to mention the budgetary effects. Now, we haven't scored this one yet, but at Bloomberg News, we've looked at every single tax proposal that Trump has put forth, and it tallies up to more than $10 trillion over the next 10 years of adding to the deficit. That's the no tax on tips, the extension of the Trump tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, and also the no taxes on Social Security. That's another proposals he's made, and reducing the corporate tax rate down from 21 to 15%. That's a lot of tax giveaways that he's given out, and we still have almost less than 2 months till Election Day.
Well, and of course, his campaign and other Republicans will argue growth will help offset some of that in spending cuts, though by our own calculations, there is not going to be enough non-defense discretionary spending over the next 10 years to actually pay for that, even if you cut it all to zero. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, does want some similar tax cuts. She, too, is supportive of no tax on tips. She has ideas of how to pay for that, raising the capital gains tax and raising the corporate tax rate, for example. Do we expect she might come around to this no tax on overtime as well? Because Donald Trump said no tax on tips first before she adopted that.
A day later.
And that's something that Trump will point out with some regularity, that he views the Harris no tax on tips proposal as a copycat. Technically, there are some differences. She would not eliminate the tax on payroll taxes. That's Social Security and Medicare. She would limit it to make sure that it's really just those hospitality and service workers that traditionally have been tipped. There's some concern that under Trump's proposal, hey, all of us here at the table can go to our employer and ask Bloomberg to pay us in tips or overtime or whatever it is.
Jar on my
There'll
desk.
be
Can we do that?
There's some displacement of salary into tips or salaried workers into hourly workers under this overtime proposal. So there's a lot of concerns about that. Trump's no tax on tips proposal we polled in our swing states poll last month. It was extremely popular and bipartisan in the popularity of that proposal.
I think Maya McGinnis's group scored just on tips alone. It was between $100 and $200 billion in deficit spending. To your point earlier, you add all this stuff up, and this is another situation of a ballooning deficit. But that is something that both campaigns potentially have in common. They haven't told us how to pay for this stuff. Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. We'll bring prices down, and we'll put Elon Musk to work. We'll find waste and fraud, and then we'll grow out of the rest of it. But economists don't speak that language, do they?
Well, this is a 40-year-old debate that we have, probably even older, about the Laffer curve and whether or not you can grow yourself and you can have some supply side.
The argument is, if there was no pandemic, by the way, that the tax cuts would have paid for themselves. That's what you're hearing from the campaign.
That is an argument, but even that would have not closed the deficit, right? Correct. I mean, so at some point, if you are a deficit hawk and a debt hawk, you have to look at not just maintaining the status quo, but beginning to reduce the share of the deficit as a share of GDP. And so, yes, Trump thinks we can grow our way out of it. And conversely, on the Harris side of the equation, to tax the rich enough to offset it. I don't think the math works on either side. But this is a problem that, as you point out, Maya McGinnis and the budget hawks that are out there have, that neither side is really particularly serious about the national debt anymore. We're all sort of, whether you call it that or not, there's modern monetary theory sort of rearing its head into these economic proposals.
All right, Bloomberg's Gregory Cordy, thank you so much for joining us. We should tip Gregory every time he comes into the studio.
Man, that's expensive. We use them a lot.
Does a hit for us. I know you're very kind to join us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Always, Gregory, appreciate it. And as we consider who these policies are really aimed at attracting, this specifically, no tax on overtime that Donald Trump is now talking about, trying to get to the blue collar vote.
Right.
And we know that it's probably the blue collar vote in a very small number of states specifically that this is trying to target as the candidates compete in the battlegrounds extensively.
They're in those states right now, aren't
Yes,
they?
indeed.
It's Pennsylvania, it's Michigan, it's Wisconsin. It's exactly where they've been spending the bulk of their time. Though, as we mentioned earlier, he's in Nevada later, Las Vegas, where you've got organized labor, the Culinary Workers Union. They're going to like this storyline too, I suspect.
Yeah, and of course, Georgia is still in play as well, and that's where we go next as we turn to Andra Gillespie, who is a professor of political science at Emory University. Welcome back to Balance of Power, Andra. It's great to have you. If we could just take a look at Donald Trump's proposal in isolation for a moment, this notion of not taxing overtime hours for blue-collar workers, is that a policy that could actually garner him more support? Does that work?
Well, I mean, I think he's trying to appeal to lowering taxes of working people. I think in all of the proposals that have been made about reducing taxes, eliminating taxes on tips, eliminating taxes on Social Security, I think the bigger question is this legislatively dead on arrival? Like, these are decisions that presidents cannot make unilaterally. These are decisions that are going to have to go through Congress in a tax bill, and I think it would be a question of, could this get through a divided Congress if neither party has control of the Congress, and if it turns out that we have divided government where the executive and the legislative branches are controlled by different parties, does this have any chance of passage? And so I think the deficit discussion that you've been having is an important consideration, and some that folks would likely bring up. And there still are members of the Republican Party in particular who are concerned about deficits, and they may raise some objections to this part of the proposal, especially now that it's become even more expansive.
It's interesting you make that point, Andra, because Donald Trump has gone out of his way to make part of his pitch that he doesn't need Congress to do all of the things that he's proposing. You're right. Tax policy is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight in Congress here, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays depending on who wins the White House. But when you're talking about tariffs, when you're talking about the greatest mass deportation in American history, as he calls it, or world history, whatever that may be, he does not need Congress for that, does he?
So there are some things that he might be able to take care of through executive order, but even there, separation of powers is likely to come into play, because there is very little doubt that if he were to try to enact some of these things unilaterally, that there would not be some type of judicial intervention where folks would try to go to the courts to try to enjoin him in some way, shape, or form. We can look as evidence of that, the Muslim ban that he instituted shortly after he took office in 2017. There were lawsuits, they were enjoined. It did get all the way to the Supreme Court, and the policy that ended up going into effect actually looked a little bit different than the one that President Trump issued when he first issued that executive order right after he was inaugurated as president.
Well, we may or may not hear more on this policy and others from Donald Trump on a debate stage in the future, or Kamala Harris for that matter. If Donald Trump is to be believed right now, Andra, there will not be another debate that happens between these two after Kamala Harris widely was perceived to have won the one that took place this week. How soon should we expect that to be borne out in polls, if at all?
Well, there have been some polls that have come out, in the last day or so. And so what they're suggesting is that this race is still a statistical dead heat. So it doesn't look like Kamala Harris has had a significant enough bump that you could actually say that this was a boon for her. And so I think the larger question, as I know some of your earlier guests have said, is what do the polls look like in a couple of weeks? And then I think that there would be a question of how much fallout does Donald Trump have to take from his decision to not engage in the debate? Could he get debated by Democrats calling him a coward or a chicken? Or does he see some type of shift in the polls that would suggest that he absolutely needs to debate? I think, one of the things that's really interesting is that Donald Trump has usually been pretty effective in being able to spin things in his favor. And so the excuses that he's made for not wanting to debate by declaring himself the winner and saying that only losers want rematches, has struck me as actually pretty contortionist in their point of view. I know that his supporters, will go along with that point of view and start echoing it. But if it looks like it's going to start to hurt him, we might hear him talk about how he has changed his mind and then try to tell us that this is what he thought all the time. So, I think it's largely a function of Donald Trump really being allowed to have free reign at the spin. But if it starts to not work, then we might see him pivot, as we've seen him pivot on other issues.
Interesting. Andra, while we consider what's happening in Congress right now, the big talk is about whether we'll have a government shutdown later this month. No one seems to think that's going to happen. But there's an important event that's underway this week in Washington, a big annual event for the Congressional Black Caucus. They're holding their legislative convention right now, and we've been having conversations with some of their members over the past couple of days, including Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, the Democrat from Texas, joined me last evening on the late edition of Balance of Power to talk about the CBC's priorities moving forward in this Congress and what might emerge next year. She reached for the issue of voting rights, of voting reform. Here's what she said.
For me, on day one is voting rights. That is my priority all around, because if we can stop some of the gerrymandering, because we have lost the Voting Rights Act in so many ways. We only have Section 2, and it's hanging by a thread right now. And when we're talking about making sure that in states like Texas, we have representation that is actually reflective of the will of the people, we can solve so many problems.
Andra, does the John Lewis Voting Rights Act see the light of day again if Kamala Harris gets elected?
Well, it really will depend on what the balance of power is in Congress. If Republicans control any chamber, it's still not going to go anywhere. And it's still also important to keep in mind that in the Senate, you would have to sort of break normal rules in order to allow majority votes. So as I would understand it, I wouldn't expect that vote would be able to survive a cloture vote. So I think that, it's pretty grim. We're not looking at, even if Democrats are able to maintain control of the Senate, we're not looking at them coming anywhere near a 60-vote majority. And so even if they had the majority of the House of Representatives, it would still be highly unlikely that they would be able to get it through the Senate, as was the case in 2021 when they were first pushing this through.
Andra, we just have a minute left, but before we let you go, as we consider the majority of the House of Representatives, if the government shuts down at the end of this month, what is that actually going to do to Republicans' electoral odds?
So I'm assuming that Republicans will be concerned about that. And I think it will be a big question about how Democrats actually choose to use that for their event. If this were happening a year ago, there would be time for the party that is blamed for the shutdown to recover from that. But happening so close to a national election, I find it hard to believe that Democrats wouldn't try to make hay of the situation and try to blame government dysfunction on Republican control and try to make the case in swing districts and in districts where Republicans are vulnerable that the Republican Party should not be in charge of a chamber at this point because they are being overrun by extremists who don't want to get anything done. And so I think that those are the optics that Mike is trying to navigate, and part of the reason why he's been trying to, get this done as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Well, we got 18 days to figure it out. Andra, great to see you. Andra Gillespie, Emory University, and a smart conversation as always here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew with Kaylee Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we begin with a developing story. United States steel shares surging the most this year after the Washington Post reported that President Biden will not immediately move to block Nippon Steel's takeover bid. The newspaper says while Biden does remain opposed to the deal, a decision on blocking it is unlikely in the short term and may not be made until after the presidential election. Right now, we've got U.S. steel shares surging by 5%. The potential acquirer, Nippon Steel, up now by 1.5%. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all holding on to gains. The S&P, by the way, on track for a 4% gain on the week. Higher now by 37 points. 56.33 is where the S&P stands, up 0.7%. Traders are reviving prospects for a half-point Fed rate cut next week. The Dow up 350, up 0.9%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 139, up by about 0.8%. A substantial rally for small-cap shares, with the Russell 2000 Index today advancing by 2.5%. 10-year 3.64%, the 2-year 3.57%. Gold up $26 the ounce to $25.84. That is a record, higher by 1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude now retreating, down 0.4%. WTI 68.72 for a barrel of WTI. MicroStrategy has bought another 18,000 Bitcoin for around $1.11 billion. MicroStrategy shares surging by 7.6%. Bitcoin today up 2.5%, now at 59,653. Recapping stocks higher. S&P up by about 0.7%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Joe and I indeed are broadcasting live on Bloomberg TV and radio from Washington, where a lot of the conversation has actually focused on the town of Springfield, Ohio. Part of this is a result of what's been happening online and the propagating of misinformation around Haitian immigrants eating pets in Springfield, but of course it actually made its way onto the debate stage. Donald Trump himself talked about the eating of dogs when he was sharing the stage with Kamala Harris in Philadelphia, and we're seeing a real impact of that now, as once again the Springfield City School District has had to close schools today, according to school officials, one middle school and evacuated 2 elementary schools because of threats that local police were informed of. And this is something that the president, Joe, is now addressing from the White House, saying there is no place in America for this. It has to stop.
This is not something we showed up at work looking to talk about again. We did talk about it on Tuesday night when this came up in the debate, having heard about this. J.D. Vance said it, had said it earlier in the day. The fact that the president went there knowing that Laura Loomer was with him on the plane to Philadelphia had some folks scratching their heads, but okay, we move on. It was debunked by ABC News. They were criticized for doing that in real time. But it has now become part of the stump speech, Kaylee. This wasn't just a one-off during the debate with Kamala Harris. It came up again last night in Tucson, Arizona, expanding it to a whole new species. Here's Donald Trump.
Recording of 911 calls even show residents are reporting that the migrants are walking off with the town's geese. They're taking the geese. You know where the geese are? In the park, in the lake. And even walking off with their pets. My dog's been taken. My dog.
He says they're taking the geese in the park, in the lake, not just the cats and the dogs. Let's round up our panel right now. Jeannie Shanzano, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, Bloomberg Politics contributor, of course, Iona University political science professor. Maura Gillespie is here as well today. BlueStack Strategies, Republican strategist and veteran of John Boehner's Speaker's Office. Jeannie, I'm going to start with you on this because, look, people laugh, it's wacky, it's funny for some people, but there are some real racial undertones here, aren't there? What's the point that Donald Trump's trying to make?
There absolutely are. First of all, it's hard for me to wrap my head around here. And Kaylee and you talk about pets being eaten by migrants. I still, what are we, 72 hours in? It's hard to wrap my head around. But here we are in American politics. And, absolutely, there is enormous racial undertones to this. But, you know, the reality is this is what Donald Trump has trafficked in for many, many years, and quite frankly, successfully. I was at Trump Tower when he came down the escalator and announced in horrific language about immigrants in 2015 in the race for 2016. This is the same thing. He garners attention. I remember we all said after that, boy, he doesn't have a shot in heck of the nomination, let alone winning. And there he went. So this has been a winning strategy for him. He is using it. President Biden is right. There is no place for it. And yet here we are. So it is up to the American public and voters to say there's no place for it, because as long as he is successful in these races, he continues to do this.
But Maura, if it was a winning strategy in the past, does that automatically make it a winning strategy now, especially when he was seen as having lost the debate by most Americans who watched it against Kamala Harris? Is this really what he needs to be pushing right now?
No, and I think that what you're seeing is, again, he's only playing to the MAGA base. He's not playing to win. He's not playing to reach people who are in the middle and maybe still undecided. This is not going to sway them to vote for Donald Trump. He's coming across largely on Tuesday night as unhinged. And when you're faced with a decision about who to put in the Oval Office, it's not just about that person, but who they're going to put around him. And so for many people who have said, you know, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago and things of that nature? Well, when you think about those first few years during the Trump presidency, maybe you do feel like your life was better then. It was pre-COVID, so maybe you do feel like your life was better then. But I also would caution people to remember who was around him at that time. And largely most of those people who were in his cabinet or in his orbit have neither, left, were fired because they told him no, and he then replaced them with yes men, or are out there saying that he should not be anywhere near the White House. So I think, to only play to one portion of the Republican Party, and especially in such an extreme manner, is not an effective strategy for someone who would actually have wanted to win the White House. It's not helpful to down ballot races either.
You think about these families and the impact, the real impact that it's having in Springfield. As Kaylee mentioned, Jeannie, the Springfield City School District closed a middle school, Roosevelt Middle School, and evacuated another Perrin Woods and Snow Hill Elementary School as well this morning after they got bomb threats via email. Cliff Park High School outside of that district was also evacuated. They're now working with the Dayton FBI office to find the source of this stuff. There is a very clear and real example here of what the rhetoric can lead to, right?
There absolutely is. And this is the danger of this. It takes one person to react to this kind of obviously, clearly false statements and stories, to spread that disinformation. And this is why leadership matters, because leaders like Donald Trump have to be responsible and to lead us in a more positive direction. He is not doing that by spreading this information. That is clear. But the reality for Donald Trump is he's seen it be successful in the past. He believes it will be. And as long as he continues to believe that, he is not going to stop. And this is where, to Maura's point, we need other leaders on the Republican side to stand up and say enough is enough. We've seen that from Liz Cheney. We've seen that from Dick Cheney. We've seen it from Mike Pence. We've got to see it from others, including former President George W. Bush, who took a hands-off approach. They have to stand up and say, we aren't going to countenance this anymore. That's the only way. In addition to Donald Trump losing another election, and the Republicans may get tired of that if it happens.
I would point out, Jeannie and Maura, for our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio, that Donald Trump right now is giving remarks to the press in Los Angeles, California. He's opened them by saying he's here in California with a simple message for the American people. We cannot allow Comrade Kamala Harris and the communist left to do to America what they did to California. As we consider the messaging we're getting from the former president, Maura, he also has weighed in on the happenings here in Washington in recent days, suggesting that House Republicans, who of course are trying to avert a government shutdown 18 days from now when funding expires, should indeed shut the government down if they don't get election security through along with it. The SAFE Act, of course, what we're referring to here, making illegal something that already is illegal, non-citizens voting. Do you believe this Donald Trump, who is speaking right now, actually wants to see the government shut down as he is trying to win election?
again, I think it proves my point that he doesn't actually want to win because everyone in Washington and otherwise would know that a shutdown right before an election is political suicide, quite frankly. It's not something that anyone wants to do. They are down to a matter of weeks before that happens. And to take this stance and take this position of, get everything you want or don't do anything at all is not how Congress works. And again, it shows the downside of having somebody in politics as the leader of the Republican Party who doesn't actually understand how it works. And I think that that's a detriment to what Mike Johnson is trying to accomplish and other leaders on Capitol Hill who are trying to make something work that they can get through to avoid this situation that both sides know would not fare well for them politically, but in the polls, but also come Election Day.
Well, Laura, you worked for the speaker long enough to have a better sense of how this stuff works than most people behind the scenes in the House. You don't really think the government shuts down, do you?
No, because they're not going to want to risk that potential. Because again, yes, the most of the focus of the media and American people are focused on these two choices, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. But for Congress, what they're really focused on is, okay, we need to get things done and then go home to our districts and tell them why they should reelect us. And it's really important because Mike Johnson wants to grow his majority, which is very, very, very thin. And Senate Republicans feel as though they have a chance at flipping the Senate. So if they want to accomplish those goals, they actually have to show that they've gotten something done. And, this week they've been focusing on China, but no one's really talking about it. And that's because all the oxygen in the room is constantly being taken by Donald Trump. Not to mention the fundraising dollars are also being taken by Donald Trump. So really Republicans down ballot have to separate themselves from the former president because he's hurting them in so many ways, from messaging, from fundraising, and just getting things accomplished to actually come out with a victory in November in just a matter of weeks. Yeah.
I want to mention one Republican, the senator from North Carolina, Tom Tillis, just out with a post on X about someone who is seemingly getting closer to Donald Trump, has been traveling with him, in fact, this week. Laura Loomer. He calls her a crazy conspiracy theorist who regularly utters disgusting garbage intended to divide Republicans. A DNC plant couldn't do a better job than she is doing to hurt President Trump's chances of winning re-election. Enough, Senator Tillis says. Jeannie, of course, even Marjorie Taylor Greene has had some words for Ms. Loomer this week. Is that actually having this effect, Donald Trump being surrounded with people like her?
I don't think it takes Donald Trump being surrounded by other people for him to act the way he's acting. He purposely chooses to have her in his orbit. Tillis's statement is 100% right. But this gets back to what you were just talking about with Maura. Donald Trump is not concerned about the Republican Party or the nation. As Kamala Harris said, he's concerned about himself and his future. This is a man facing jail time right after this election. He needs to win. Why is he willing to have the government shut down in terms of pushing this need for a SAVE Act? Because he wants to set the groundwork that the election was unfair. If he does lose, then he is going to do the same thing he has done after every election, particularly 2020, and say the election was stolen. So he's setting the groundwork. So I don't think it takes Laura Loomer to do that, but Tom Tillis is right. It is not a good look for the campaign.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Maura Gillespie, our political panel today. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll have more coming up on Balance of Power right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ pushing higher. Best level of the day. Going to begin with the Russell 2000 index because small cap shares are surging. The Russell 2000 up now by 2.5%. To put that all in context, S&P 500 index up 39, up 0.7%. The Dow up almost 400 points now, up by 1%, and NASDAQ is advancing 138 points, up by about 0.8%. 10-year 3.64%, with a 2-year that's yielding 3.57%. Gold up $24 the ounce, $25.82, up by 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude trading lower now. WTI down 0.4% at 68.68 a barrel. Cannot ignore the move in Bitcoin today, up now by 2.7%, still below 60,000. Bitcoin right now, 59,741. Traders are reviving prospects for a half-point Fed rate cut next week, spurring a rotation into stocks that would benefit the most from policy easing. Again, Russell 2000 index up by 2.5%. U.S. steel shares surging by 4.8%, the most this year, after the Washington Post reported that President Biden would not immediately block to move Nippon Steel's takeover bid. Oracle shares trading right now, little changed. We've got Oracle up by just under 1%. Oracle says annual revenue will rise to at least $104 billion in fiscal 2029. Again, recapping stocks higher. S&P up 39, a gain there of 0.7%. Balance of Power continues, the Friday edition. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, indeed. Happy Friday. Thanks for joining us on the Friday edition of Balance of Power, the fastest show in politics here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lyons, back with us today for an important conversation, Kaylee, as we spend so much time talking about the horse race, the policy proposals, of course, the debate this week, some of the wild rhetoric that we heard on the stump in the last 48 hours. We don't always think about the job that they're working for. And the latest from David Rubenstein, The Highest Calling. We've both been curled up with this book for a minute, Conversations on the American Presidency. You start reading about all of the presidents, including, by the way, Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And I'm left with the same question. Why would anyone ever want this job?
Yeah, very difficult one. Of course, perhaps the most difficult to attain, at least in American politics and the way in which this republic operates. And of course, one that may be held differently, viewed differently by the people who have inhabited the office as you look over the history of the now 46 presidents. And 20 of them are featured in this new book. And we're very lucky to have David Rubenstein, the author, here with us. He, of course, is co-founder and co-chair of the Carlyle Group, also a host on Bloomberg Television, in addition to being an author of this book. Always a busy man. Thank you for making some time for us here in studio in Washington. It's worth pointing out, while this is in part titled Conversations on the American Presidency, it's also conversations with a number of former and even the current president. You spoke with both Donald Trump and Joe Biden when writing this book. We talk a lot about the contrast between these two men. Did you pick up on how they may differently view the office of the presidency, or was there more overlap than you expected?
They do have different views on it and how they do it. I interviewed both of them on separate interviews with Joe Biden in the Oval Office for an hour alone, and I've known him for a long time, and I think he felt comfortable with me, and I've had a lot of interactions with him over the years. I've interviewed Donald Trump before. In this particular case, he was getting ready for a trial, and so it wasn't exactly in the Oval Office that I was doing it. But I had dinner with him not too long earlier and had gotten ready for the interview. And they both have different perspectives on the job, and I might call it the highest calling because this is clearly the most important job in the world. Since Woodrow Wilson went to Paris to negotiate the Treaty of Versailles, it's been clear the President of the United States is the most important person in the world, with very rare exceptions. And so you have to say to yourself, why do people want that much responsibility, you ask in the beginning? And think about it. John Kennedy was assassinated. Lyndon Johnson driven out of office. Richard Nixon was in fact had to force to resign. Gerald Ford lost re-election. Jimmy Carter lost re-election. Ronald Reagan was almost assassinated. George Herbert Walker Bush not re-elected. So you have to say, why do people want to put themselves through this? And to be president, you have to now spend 2 years campaigning, bad food, no exercise, no family contact, and it's not a wonderful thing to do. But the reason is that people who are ambitious say, I want to do something to help my country, and I want to show that I've done something useful for society, and it's the ultimate job in the world, for sure.
Then after that big fight, you get there and you realize the golden bars surround you. You talk to both Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and I'm compelled, I believe on 2 pages facing each other, Donald Trump talked about the loneliness. You asked him, what is it like to be in the White House? The loneliness. You asked Joe Biden, is this as fun a job as you thought it was going to be? He said, fun is not the word that I would use. Maybe they have something in common there.
Well, every president thinks it's lonely because in the end, every major decision that the federal government has to make, and when it's difficult, it gets to the president, because it was easy to make a decision about something they would have gotten decided by somebody else.
Yeah.
So it's lonely, and it's said to be a very lonely job. And what Donald Trump was referring to is that in several holidays, the government was more or less shut down. He had to stay there to wait for the government to open up and maybe sign a bill. So he didn't go down to Mar-a-Lago for, I think it was 3 of the 4 years he was in the White House alone during the holidays.
Christmas at the White House.
Joe Biden has spent a fair amount of time there and long hours as well. One of the reasons presidents like Camp David is you can go there, you are with your family typically, but you don't have all the Secret Service watching you every second, and it's not quite the federal prison that the White House is often called by people. Ronald Reagan said it was the high water mark of the federal penitentiary system, because when you're in the White House, everybody watches everything you do. You can't walk around outside. It's a very complicated and lonely job. But again, many people spend time trying to get there, and a lot of people want that job.
Well, and Joe Biden wanted to keep the job up until just recently. You spoke with him in April of this year, so he still was attempting to seek a second term at that time. Do you think the tenor of your conversation would have been different had he already made the decision to not seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris?
Probably, sure. He thought he was going to be the nominee of the party, and he wanted to be the nominee of the party, and obviously events unfolded. When history of this election is written, the 2 most consequential decisions, I think, will be Donald Trump's decision to do an early debate, because by doing an early debate, he in effect knocked Biden out, and therefore he now has an opponent that might be tougher. And Joe Biden's decision to ask for an early debate, because had he not had an early debate, and the debate was in September, October, it would have been too late to have him replaced probably. Yeah. So both of them will probably look back, depending who wins, and say, maybe I shouldn't have had an early debate.
You dedicated this book in part to Ted Sorensen, which is fascinating to me. Of course, the force behind, as we've learned, profiles and courage, but also JFK's inaugural address, the "We Choose to Go to the Moon" speech. Before you joined us, Kaylee and I were talking about migrants eating animals in Springfield, Ohio. What would Ted Sorensen make of the rhetoric on this campaign?
Ted Sorensen, for those who don't know, was a very young aide who worked for President Kennedy, before that for Senator Kennedy, and he was the person who was probably very involved in writing, let's say, Profiles in Courage. Yeah. President Kennedy, or then Senator Kennedy, was ill, probably difficult to write too much of it himself. And then the inaugural address, which I think was the greatest inaugural address of my lifetime, was written in large part by Ted Sorensen. And I admired him. I didn't think I could be a candidate. I wasn't rich enough, smart enough, handsome enough, charming enough to be a candidate, but I thought I could be an advisor. And so he was the person I went to work for when I began practicing law in New York. And, I greatly admire him. I was just with his widow the other night when I was doing a talk about this book in New York. And, Ted was an inspiration to me because he knew how to write in a way that very few people have been able to do since then. He just had a way with words. And if you think of the inaugural address that Kennedy gave, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Those are words that, are going to ring with us for the rest of our lives.
Would he see this as a world in which political rhetoric has regressed, though? These are poetic, iconic speeches you're talking about. Turn to 2024.
We don't value presidential rhetoric in quite the way that we probably used to. Yeah. We used to talk about great presidential speeches. Lincoln's second inaugural address, FDR's inaugural address, the first one, or Kennedy's inaugural address. Today, we often don't focus on the rhetoric as much or the speeches because the craftsmanship is not quite as fine-tuned, but there's not as much emphasis on it being fine-tuned. People are just wanting to know, what is the president going to do? What's he going to do for me? And that kind of thing. And it's a different world. Remember, when John Kennedy gave his speech, inaugural address, In those days, there was no internet, there was no social media. Evening news shows were 15 minutes. There were 3 networks, each one did 15 minutes a night, and then the only papers that people cared about were the Washington Post and New York Times. There was no other way to worry about conveying ideas, and so it was a different world. Today, if you're president of the United States, you're working in the White House, every minute you have to focus on social media, who's saying what, and you have to be attuned to what's going on all around the world, and you never really are free from social media or TV networks, never.
Well, and that's one of the ways in which the office perhaps has changed as you look from George Washington to present day. One thing, though, has remained the same. Every single person you talk about in this book is a man. That potentially could change if Kamala Harris wins in November. Does that change the nature of the office once what Hillary Clinton called that highest glass ceiling has actually been shattered?
Of course. You think about it. We've had 46 men serve in this position, no women. Interestingly, when the country was set up, women weren't even allowed to vote or in any way participate in government. We obviously changed that with the 19th Amendment. It is amazing that you have more than half the population is female, but we still haven't had a female president. We may well this time, who knows? I think Hillary Clinton came as close as any woman has ever come, because had she won 1 or 2 more states, she would have been president of the United States, and we would have broken that glass ceiling.
I'd love to hear your view on this race now. Everybody wants to know what's on your mind, and I'm sure there are some things you can tell us, and maybe you don't want to share, but you understand the conversation on Wall Street. What is the great fear right now when it comes to Kamala Harris? Is it the idea of taxing capital gains on unrealized gains? Wall Street seems to be more comfortable with the idea of Trump, despite a pretty well-performing stock market under the Biden administration.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what I think people think, but I don't want to say these are my views necessarily.
Understood.
But people on Wall Street, and remember, Wall Street generally is focused on the stock market and making money and other things, not kind of values that a president might have. But they're worried that taxes will go up on businesses and wealthy businesses. They're worried that, and wealthy individuals, they're worried that the regulatory environment will be very harsh. The antitrust environment has not been favorable for a lot of M&A transactions, and they're worried that it might continue that way. They're worried that the people that she might put into regulatory positions might be tougher on business than even the ones that Joe Biden put in. So that's what they're worried about. I'm not sure I share all those worries, but I think many people on Wall Street saying, look, we have to hedge our bets, and Wall Street is all about hedging, right? So they are focused very much on the Senate, because the Senate can very well go Republican. You only need to switch 1 or 2 seats if it go Republican. Right. And so if the Senate were to go Republican, and with the filibuster rules, I think many people on Wall Street who don't like Kamala Harris would say, well, we can block almost anything through the Senate.
Well, and that's what we have to keep reminding ourselves as we get these various policy proposals from these candidates. There is only so much they can do on their own without Congress backing them. So it's important to remind ourselves of rules that have to be followed as far as how legislating goes. I want to ask you about a rule completely unrelated to politics, though, but related to, of course, your interest in sports as an owner of teams like the Orioles. There's a new rule in the NFL that allows private equity in. Bloomberg's reporting today the Chargers, the Dolphins are now getting interest. Is this something you're looking at, David?
Well, I would say that it was publicly disclosed that the firm that I'm the co-chairman of, Carlyle, is part of a consortium that has been authorized by the NFL to buy stakes that go up to 10%. And so all I can say is what's been said already in the press. But I do think that sports have been a very attractive investment for the last couple of years. Very few people have made major sports investments and have lost money. Now, some people say it's a bubble. It can't keep going on this way. No. On the other hand, nobody seems to be running away from the bubble. And one of the reasons is that sports is now global. And because betting has occurred, and betting is now very popular, betting has fueled, I think, interest in sports. And so people are much more interested in sports than when I was a child, because there's betting involved in addition to rooting for your home team. So as you know, I bought the Baltimore Orioles, or control the Baltimore Orioles with partners recently. And I'm now learning the ins and outs of what it means to be a sports owner. And, you know, every time we win, I'm feeling deliriously happy that and when we lose, I feel like it's a dagger in my heart. And so, you know, I wish I was a junior, I was a Little League All-Star when I was 8 years old. And I feel like going into the players and say, look, let me tell you what I learned when I was 8 years old about how to hit or how to pitch, but they don't seem that interested.
We only have a minute left. I'm a huge fan, I know you are too, Kaylee, of peer-to-peer. I know what my favorite episodes are. What's been your favorite interview in this experiment?
When I did Oprah, it was pretty interesting because she said to be a great interviewer, she says, I'm not a great interviewer, I'm a great listener. And she's right, because you have to learn what a person is saying and then pivot. And that was really interesting. I did George Bush and Bill Clinton together one time, and that was, I think, really good. And Warren Buffett was great when I did him. So I like all my interviews, just like I like all my children, right? So I don't think anyone is more of a favorite. But what I like the best is when I know the person reasonably well.
Yeah, right.
And when I have, you try to use my sense of humor, they play along with it. You know, when somebody doesn't pick up that I'm asking a joke, it's not as much fun. So like when I asked one time Bill Gates, do you think if he had a college degree, you might be more successful in life? He didn't get that it was a joke, and he gave a serious answer. So, you know, I like people that can pick up on the joke sometimes.
That's great. The humor goes a long way around here. I have to say, by the way, the McDonald's CEO, why does the Coke taste better at that? I learn something whenever I watch Peer-to-Peer. David Rubenstein, a great treat to have you at the table. Congrats on the book. It's called The Highest Calling, Conversations on the American Presidency. Great to have Kaylee Lyons back, too. We'll see you at 5 right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec. on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stenovic. And let's get to the setup on this Friday, the 13th.
Okay, you're going to say this, Carol, because every Friday the 13th when we anchored together,
I know.
You talk a little bit about some concept about people who are afraid of Friday the 13th. I can never pronounce it.
Triskaidekaphobian. Investors. I wonder if they're worried.
Sounds like a delicious cracker.
You know, I lived on the 13th floor in college.
They had that?
But it wasn't. They made it 14. But so we had, you came off the elevator and there was this big word, triskaidekaphobia, because we just wanted to remind everybody that you were actually on the 13th floor.
I did see a black cat on the way home yesterday. I thought of you because you said it yesterday.
And?
I'm fine. All is good. So far. Day's not over.
Well,
Day's young.
I do wonder, like, you've got a bit of an equity rally underway. I do wonder, though, if investors are thinking, you know, wait, what are we going to get from the Fed? Is it 25 basis points? Is it 50 basis points? You know, and if it's 50 basis points, is that because the U.S. economy is coming undone? So am I a little nervous?
We got Mike McKee and Ira Jersey talking about that in just a few minutes. Our countdown is on to next week's Fed meeting, what the debate is really all about right now.
Yeah, plus we're going to get into SpaceX's tiny little rival. It has soared about 1,400% from trough to peak this year. We've got the president of the company that is on a mission to perhaps out-satellite Elon.
All right, well, speaking of up in the sky, Boeing shares are flying low, this as workers strike. And then we're going to get to the dirtbag of the internet. It's a most-read story on the Bloomberg terminal. All that and more over the next hour.
We're going to say dirtbag as many times as we can.
I think it's 3 so far.
All right, first up, folks, let's get a check on today's Friday trade. On Friday the 13th, here is Charlie Pellet.
All right, hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index. Got to begin with the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares surging now by 2.1%. Traders are reviving prospects for a half-point Fed rate cut next week, spurring a rotation into stocks that would benefit the most from policy easing. S&P, to put it all in context, up 30 right now, up 0.5%, still holding close to session highs. The Dow up 282 now, up 0.7. NASDAQ higher by 0.6%. Again, Russell 2000 bears repeating, up by 2.1%. 10-year yield 3.64% with a 2-year 3.57%. Gold up 0.9%, 25.81 a barrel, an ounce on gold. In terms of barrels of crude, West Texas Intermediate 68.68 right now, trading lower by about 0.4%. U.S. Steel advancing now by 4.7%, surging the most this year after the Washington Post reported President Biden would not immediately move to block Nippon Steel's takeover bid. The potential acquire Nippon up by 1.5%. Boeing is at risk of losing its investment-grade credit rating at Moody's as the embattled planemaker faces the prospect of a drawn-out strike by workers that will further disrupt production and cash flow. Boeing shares today, workers on strike around Seattle area, Boeing down 3.6%. Again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 32 now, up 0.6%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, folks, check it out. On the Bloomberg, Wall Street traders reviving prospects for a half-point Federal Reserve cut rate next week, spurring a rotation into stocks that would benefit from policy easing. There's also a Bloomberg News survey of economists that's out there who expected the Fed likely to lower interest rates by 0.25 point rate move next week, and really at each of the next 2 meetings that follow. This is according, again, to economists surveyed by Bloomberg News. So we felt like we had to go to the experts.
Hey, the experts are here. Bloomberg News international economist and policy correspondent Michael McKee.
No pressure,
He's in our
guys.
Bloomberg Business Week studio.
Along with
Bloomberg.
Call us the dirtbags of the internet.
Not yet.
We still have a few minutes to go. I mean, we could get there, Mike. Also with us is Ira Jersey. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Rate Strategist. He joins us in Princeton, New Jersey, from BI headquarters. Mike, some economic data today, perhaps not as important as the inflation data that we got earlier this week, but it does give us certain clues on the consumer, who of course is so important to the U.S. economy. What did we get?
Well, we got import prices, which were lower than anticipated, and the numbers that economists are able to pull out of those were the final pieces of what they consider the PCE puzzle, and basically the forecast is now at the end of the month after the Fed makes its decision. We will see a PCE number come in lower than it had been forecast, up just a tenth for the month. Now the Fed can do that math too. So in that sense, it tells them.
I'm so glad that they can do that math, because I was a little worried.
Yeah, well, they got 400 PhD economists. One of them has a calculator, I think, and they can figure that
Or
out.
ChatGPT.
Yeah, or
something.
ChatGPT, whatever. But the Fed knows that inflation is going to continue to go down, keeps cutting on track, and then the question is, do you cut more?
Right.
The Michigan inflation numbers, the 1 year ahead inflation number fell, and I talked to Julie Shu, who the director of surveys there, who said people are starting to feel like inflation is coming down. They believe inflation now has really come down. Price levels still high,
right?
But they're feeling better about that. And of course, we saw a little rise in the Michigan confidence numbers.
So that's a good thing, that people are still feeling confident. All right, Ira, come on in. We got through the day's economic news, but is there a clear trade in terms of what the Fed's going to do next week?
Well, it's actually less clear now. I mean, this morning, before we had a Wall Street Journal reporter coming on and suggesting that the Fed is prepared to go 50 basis points, we were pricing mostly for a 25 basis point move, and now we're priced for about a 50-50 of either 25 or a 50 basis point reduction next week. Our multi-strategy connect, which we have here at Bloomberg Intelligence, where we have anonymous chats, we had a really good discussion in there about this 25 to or 50 basis points. Why would the Fed do one or the other? And someone brought up the idea that, hey, maybe the Fed thinks that they should have eased in July, given the data that they've received since then. And because of that, they can Powell can just say, hey, we're doing 50 because we should have gone before, but don't expect more. And remember, they have the dot plot to play with this time, because if they were to go 50 basis points and they only say that they're going to cut 100 basis points by the end of the year in the dot plot, that signals that they're not going to be, or expecting to do, 50 basis points all the way down. One last thing, Carol, that I want to mention, not everyone believes it. In fact, we have seen some great reporting from our colleagues over at Bloomberg News about some of the flows that have been going through the market. And there are people who are buying options on short-term interest rate instruments, suggesting that the Fed's only going to go 25 basis points this week and 25 basis points a meeting through the end of the year.
Ira, what would be the different signals that a 25 basis point rate cut would send to the markets versus a 50 basis point rate cut?
Quite frankly, probably not a lot. At the end of the day, what's going to be important for the long end of the Treasury market, right? So the 10-year rate and the 30-year rate is going to be where they are, what the dots show at the end of 2025, how aggressively the Fed thinks it's going to have to cut, and how bad the economy is ultimately going to become. And will they change their forecast because of that? I think a 25 just says, hey, we're not panicked about the economy. We know things are slowing, but things aren't bad yet. And I think that even if they go 50, they're going to almost have to express that same message, regardless of, because they don't want to panic the market and say, they don't want the market to come out and say, hey, what does the Fed know that we don't? And which, of course, they never know anything more than the market does. But people make that assumption sometimes.
If only Jay Powell would wear like a dead shirt, maybe like trucking to mean one thing and fire on the mountain to mean another. I know, Mike McKee, just some kind of indication. Greenspan used to have his briefcases. Having said that, Mike, bottom line, all right, we're going to get through next week's meeting. Do we go back to being data dependent in terms of what happens for the rest of the year in terms of Fed policy?
Sure. You saw Chris Waller, as Ira was talking about, Chris Waller saying, if we get additional data that shows us we can front load what we're doing. We can increase the size of the cuts. So they'll be looking at that. I would take most of what the summary of economic projections puts out in the dot plot with a bit of a grain of salt. Now, I don't even report the 1 and 2 year out
because who knows?
Because it's a joke. Who knows?
Sorry, Fed.
I think they won't disagree.
Yeah.
The rest of this year will be their best guess. If they did 50 next week, then They might even then say we would skip one of the remaining ones because we want to see what happens. That's a possibility. But I really think at this point that what we got was a couple of articles, and I have to say the Financial Times also did it, not just, and the reason because I'm saying that, of course, is because Colby Smith wrote it, and she's an alumnus of Bloomberg Surveillance, so we give her props for that. But if this was indeed the Fed suggesting something to these reporters, it's probably just to bring the market into balance a little more so that if they decide to do it, that 50, that the market isn't caught way off sides. Now, they'd still have to explain why they were doing 50.
Right.
And that brings in a whole, I was talking about what they could say, but it just makes it more complicated for them to get that message across, because then do the markets believe it, or do the markets start running away with themselves? My base case would still be 25, but it's certainly possible that they could do 50. And I think maybe what we've got is Jay Powell is thinking that perhaps they should do 50, but he hasn't got agreement from the rest of the Open Market Committee, and they're going to be discussing it over the next few days.
Yeah.
So just keeping his options open.
All right. Well,
I would note, Tim, that this also is not exactly like June of 2022, right? Where the market, like, as Mike just said, hey, we're priced for 50-50, right? So there's going to be, if the pricing stays here, there's going to be a market reaction one way or the other, at least in the short-term interest rate markets. Maybe not the long end, but the short end certainly will see some action. Remember, after 2022, when we had that leak and they leaked that they were going to go 75, the market was like 80% priced for that. We're not there yet. So the market, like Mike McKee, is not quite convinced that they're going to do 50.
All right, good stuff. Guys, thank you so much, both. Have a great weekend. Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee here in studio. And of course, our Bloomberg Intelligence chief U.S. rate strategist, Ira Jersey. That is the eco part of our agenda. Let's get to one name on the equity side that we have definitely been following.
That's certainly Boeing. Shares are down 3.2% as we speak. At one point today, down more than 4%. So far this year, down close to 40%. Boeing also at risk of losing its investment-grade credit rating as the plane maker faces the prospect of a drawn-out strike by workers that will further disrupt production and cash flow. Carol, factory workers walking off the job for the first time in 16 years. They halted manufacturing across the Seattle hub of Boeing after members of its largest union voted overwhelmingly to reject a contract offer and go on strike. I got to tell you, George Ferguson, earlier this week when you were out, he said, this negotiation is by no means over at this point.
All right, so that's why we wanted to check in once again with him. Bloomberg Intelligence senior aerospace, defense, and airlines analyst George Ferguson does join us from New Jersey. George, first of all, we've been, anticipating this strike, long versus short. How important is that?
So I think very important to Boeing. I'm sure the machinists as well, but to Boeing, I think more so, right? A long strike really, I think, runs the risk of hurting the supply chain even more. So I think as Boeing gets into this strike, they have to really think about cash on their balance sheet. We think they're likely to burn $3.5 billion worth of cash in 3Q, probably putting them close to about $9 billion of cash in the balance sheet.
Wow.
That's about the bottom of, I think, what they need to run the company. And so I think, if they don't get workers back on lines, building airplanes, bringing cash in the door, they'll definitely have to go to the capital markets. Then they got to figure it out, right? They want to go to the debt markets. I think the rating agencies wouldn't like that for sure, right? That might push them into less than investment grade if they do that. Equity investors never like being diluted. So the cash position and some of those considerations Boeing's back is sort of really against the wall here.
Well, talk to us about this. Moody's, this is about two hours ago or so. Moody's says Boeing's ratings may be cut to junk. With a company that already, you just walked us through the Boeing balance sheet, already stressed, what would that mean if it was cut to junk? And especially if it sounds like it could need to tap the capital markets, debt markets in particular.
Yeah, so I'm not the credit analyst on Boeing, but I'll tell you that, I've spent time in credit teams at BlackRock and such, so I don't know the exact spread they would get. I'd have to go play around with that, but it'll mean higher spreads, right? Which means higher interest rates for raising money at Boeing. Plus, you get into this bad game where when a company goes less than investment grade, there are some funds that can't hold less than investment grade paper, right? And sometimes they'll end up having to get that, put that paper on the market. That doesn't help prices of the debt either. So two things I think they really want to be avoiding at Boeing.
What about reputational damage here? We've talked a lot about financial damage, but what about reputational damage? I mean, at the end of the day, this is I think it's fair to say a lot of people would call this a duopoly, George. Is the company at risk from a customer perspective at all, or are these customers locked in? Because, Airbus is sold out of the A320 until the end of the decade.
Yeah, I think that makes it hard, right, for people to move, for customers to move. And we continue to watch deliveries every single month. And there's still a lot of core customers. We even looked at the expected deliveries till the end of the year, and it's core customers that are taking airplanes. It's Ryanair, it's Southwest, it's United Airlines, it's Alaska, it's Gol out of Brazil, it's Copa out of Panama. All good airlines. I think going less than investment grade doesn't worry them. I think they're just watching closely to see how stable Boeing is, if they can improve manufacturing, improve quality. I think that alone will keep them coming back to Boeing, like you said, due to the long stretch for A320s, due to the cost of changing airplane types in those fleets. Lots of those fleets are pure fleets, and you save money on pilot training, you save money on your maintenance pools and things like that. But I mean, I think, this is not a road that Boeing wants to keep going down. Clearly, right, when you go less than investment grade, it means risks are rising of a default. U.S. government probably isn't going to see that. Investors don't want to see that. That's the challenge, right? Is that you got to stem it at some point.
I'm not sure if we've showed this already to viewers, and for those folks are listening on radio as well, but Boeing's revenues, we've got a chart, and it just shows how they have been declining, right, and moving lower. And I understand the reasons why, and we're bringing up the chart, and you're seeing, the last couple of quarters, this is not a trend line that you want to see. It's not a healthy trend line. What does it take to turn it around at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they have in place what they need to turn it around, right? And that was after the Alaska door problem, right? They really needed to get the FAA comfortable that they were improving manufacturing, improving quality. They're going to go in and buy Spirit Aerosystems, major supplier of the fuselage in the 737. And I should step back and say, look, the 737 is, right, it's really, I think, the most critical component of this turnaround, because that's the money maker, the profit generator at the company, and that's where they've had their problems, right? And they've got a plan in place to go buy Spirit Aerosystems, and now it's a function of keeping that supply chain healthy enough and starting to increase, the components they build, so Boeing can pull those into the factory, build more airplanes, push them out the door, and generate revenue and cash flow. Boeing is sitting, though, on $85 billion of inventory right now, because they keep taking from suppliers at a 31 rate, and they're not delivering at a 31 rate, and that becomes a problem, too.
Hey, George, we only have like 10 seconds left here, but back to the strike, what's a timeline that investors should understand here? How long do you think it'll take to get resolved?
I really think this is going to be resolved in a couple of weeks to a month. I just don't see Boeing able to let it go on much longer than that. I think they just have to increase the salary, increases, and they're going to have to. I think the union's going to want more guarantees on an airplane. They'll want to make the next 737.
Yeah, the CFO already talking about the goal of building 38 737 MAX jets a month by year, and will take longer due to the workers' strike. So we know that there's already some delays. George Ferguson, thank you, as always. Have a great weekend. Coming up next, folks, we're going to finally get to it. The dirtbag of internet. Need we say any more? It's a most read story.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ continuing to push higher. Traders are reviving prospects for a half-point Federal Reserve rate cut next week, spurring a rotation into stocks that would benefit the most from policy easing. Let's begin with the Russell 2000 index. Right now, it is up by 2.2%. Put that in context, S&P up 0.6%, S&P higher now by 33 points. We've got the Dow up 327, up 0.8%, while NASDAQ is up 116, higher by 0.7%. 10-year at 3.64%, the 2-year 3.57%. Spot gold up almost $25 the ounce, trading at a record $25.82, closing in on 2,600. We've got gold up now by 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.4%, 68.71 a barrel. Uber will be the sole supplier of driverless rides on Alphabet's Waymo cars in Austin and Atlanta, a boost to the rideshare app's ambitions in the autonomous vehicle arena. The move deepens the two companies' partnership, one of a string of tie-ups that Uber has struck in a bid to position itself as a platform commercializing autonomous vehicles. Uber shares, they are up by 5.8%. We've got Lyft down now by 4.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet there with an update on the financial markets. All right, we knew we had to do this story, no doubt about it. It is among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal. It's also because it's someone associated with former President Donald Trump and key in Trump's thoughts when it comes to crypto. All right, we couldn't say it enough today. We want to get to the dirtbag of the internet. We are going to ask about that, that kind of name, if you will. Is the reporter who's been looking into him, writing about him. It is Zeke Fox. He's Bloomberg News financial investigations reporter, author of Number Go Up, Inside Crypto's Wild Rise and Staggering Fall. So he follows the crypto world very, very closely. Zeke is with us in New York City. All right, Zeke, who is Chase Hero, or should we say Chase Hero? Which is kind of in the story.
It is pronounced
Hero.
Yes, it is pronounced Hero, even though he spells it with 2 R's. And he's the man behind World Liberty Financial, which, I mean, just this in itself is kind of shocking. This is a crypto startup that the Trumps are promoting just, a couple months before the election. And Donald Trump is going to unveil all the details he promises in a live stream on Monday. So I decided to dig into this business partner. And like you said, he calls himself the dirtbag of the internet. And that's just the beginning of the story.
Just what every presidential candidate wants to be connected with, the dirtbag of the internet.
Well, what do we know about Trump's connection to this? What role does he play in it? What role do his sons play in it? How connected is he to it?
So here's the story from what I've heard, is that Hero, who until recently was running a $149 a month get-rich-quick class, and he's a total unknown in the crypto world. But through a friend of Trump's, he got connected to the Trumps, and Hero had a DeFi venture called Doe. Again, just one of like countless crypto startups that seem to have failed to attract much trading at all. It's a place to borrow and lend, but just only attracted a few $1 million before getting hacked. And Hero pitched them on starting a new venture that would be similar to Doe, but it's called World Liberty. And I obtained a white paper for it. Donald Trump is at the top of the list of the people involved. His sons, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric, are Web3 ambassadors. And even Barron Trump, his 18-year-old son, who just started his freshman year at NYU, is listed as a DeFi visionary. So the Trump family seems to be, deeply connected to this. But from what I've heard, it's Hero and his longtime friend and business partner, Zachary Folkman, who used to teach pickup artist classes, like how to teach men how to hit on women. These are the brains of the operation.
I mean, I know we're having fun with this. I mean, but I feel like the crypto world. Like, we have to be careful. We've seen, when things can go astray. I mean, I don't know, the respected folks within the crypto world, do they know this person? Do they have views on this person?
Right. Like, crypto, this is an industry where, you know, it counts as like a innovative startup if you just sell coins with a picture of a dog or a cat on them or something like that. And even in this world, crypto investors were like, we never heard of this guy. This seems super dubious. People were really excited because Donald Trump, who used to call Bitcoin a scam, he changed his position and he said he's going to fire Gary Gensler, the SEC chairman, who's the enemy of the industry, and he's going to push for new regulations that'll help crypto. So everybody liked that. And now they're like, ooh, you're going to do your own coin? No, this is a bad look. That was the consensus of the dozen or so crypto investors that I talked to.
What are they actually selling, though, Zeke? And when we look at Trump's history in business, obviously he's known for real estate, but there have been many failed businesses, too. I mean, Trump Airlines, Trump Steaks, Trump University.
Casinos.
Trump Vodka, some of the casinos. Yes, no question there. We know what he was selling with those, though. That it was in the name. What is he actually selling with this project?
So the details that he announces may change, but according to the white paper, this is going to be like a platform for borrowing and lending, and it's going to have its own token, also called World Liberty, I believe. And the token has some sort of use within the platform. But the way this works in crypto often is that the startup is basically an excuse to sell the token. And you're hoping that the celebrities associated with the project are famous and that people will want to buy the token because of that. And Trump certainly is very famous. And we have a great example. Trump has a stock, Trump Media and Technology, that owns a social network called Truth Social. And the network has almost zero revenue, but the stock is worth something like $3 billion. So you could see how you might want to replicate that formula in the crypto world.
So to kind of build on Tim's question, Zeke, I mean, is it right about making money for the Trump family? Is it about, you know, it's an election year, right? And the days are ticking down to the election outcome come November. Is it a way for Donald Trump to reach out to, you know, a sector of the electorate that might find this interesting and engaging? Because he's going on podcasts that certainly maybe play to a certain audience.
Yes. I mean, if he's trying to do this as a way to reach out to the crypto world, from the feedback I'm getting, this was a mistake. I mean, and what they said is it seems more like a cash grab. And one crypto investor I spoke to said that it felt like almost Trump was asking for a favor in return after promising lighter regulations. And that's why, you know, experts that I talked to said that it's a conflict of interest for a presidential candidate or a future president to be promoting a private company in an industry where they have a big say in how it's regulated.
Zeke, you kind of joined us at the perfect time because there's actually some breaking news around Trump Media and Technology, ticker DJT. Shares are halted for volatility after rising 13% because as Donald Trump was giving remarks in California, he said he will not sell shares of Trump Media and Technology. There was concern that as the lockup period expires next week, he would start unloading shares. He is the largest shareholder of the company, but he did say at a press conference, Carol, to reporters that he will not sell Trump Media Group shares. So it does show the power of the president to, or the former president, excuse me, and Republican presidential candidate. What he says moves stocks. What he says can sell or cause people, you know, to buy or sell.
Well, absolutely. And we should point out that earlier in the week, right, coming off of the debate, we saw the day after the debate, shares of Trump Media and Technology down about 10%, followed by the following day, another 3% decline. So him coming in and saying, I'm not selling, you know, providing some support. But nonetheless, the stock is traded. All right. So where do we go from here? I mean, were you able to talk to Chase? Were you able to get anything from the company about what they are doing? Because it just feels like there's lots of questions, maybe not so much transparency.
Yeah, Chase did not give me an interview, and the company said that my story and my questions about it seem to be pointing in a certain direction that they disagree with, and that time will show that this is truly an innovative platform. But I just look at what Chase himself has said in past videos about crypto. I mean, I can't even read most of this on the air, but he had said that regulators should kick people like him out of the industry. He said you could sell anything if the story's right. I mean, it just seems, it's very surprising to me that that Trump would be starting a venture with this guy so close to the election.
It is a little puzzling given the timing. But you also write in the story about the former president's conversion to crypto believer over the last couple of years.
Yeah, so this was also shocking to me. In July, he flew to Nashville and gave a big speech at the Bitcoin conference. And in this speech, he repeated like the crypto industry's wish list of things. And he said he'd fire Gary Gensler. He said he would establish a national strategic stockpile of Bitcoins. I mean, it was a complete turnaround from what he thought about crypto before. And the crypto industry, in return or in response, held a fundraiser at this conference and raised what they said was $25 million for his campaign. And you know, it sort of seemed like that was the end of it. And then him and his son started promoting this World Liberty. And they're saying this is going to change the world of finance. It's going to take on the big banks. And that's why I decided to look into the background of the people involved, see if they had the kind of experience that would let them do that. And it seems very doubtful.
All right, so Monday, just to wrap up, 30 seconds here. So when the former president, Donald Trump, presents or makes some comments about this, what are you looking out for? What's kind of key that you think our audience should listen for?
Well, one thing I'll be watching for is will they actually be selling a new coin? You can start a crypto app without it having its own coin. And so if it doesn't have its own coin, then it's less of a way to make quick money. If they are selling a new coin, I want to know the details of that coin, how it works, how people are going to buy it, because it also, this model of initial coin offerings of selling new coins, this has gotten people into a lot of trouble with the SEC in the past. So if he's going to go and do that, it could set up a conflict with Gary Gensler in the near future over his own venture.
All right, gonna leave it there. Unbelievable. Interesting stuff, though. Great read, as we said, among the most read. Zeke Fox, Bloomberg News financial investigations reporter. He's also author of Number Go Up, Inside Crypto's Wild Rise and Staggering Fall, joining us in New York City. We do want to mention that shares of Trump Media have resumed trading, and we're seeing the stock, actually, did it pause again? Because it probably... I think it resumed.
Yeah, volatility trading
because it moved
right
up.
now.
It's up. Last trade was up 25%. Again, this is coming on Donald Trump saying he doesn't want to sell his Trump Media and Technology Group shares, and that he doesn't need the money, in remarks at a press conference out there in California. More to come right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are keeping an eye on shares of DJT. That is Donald Trump's media company. Trump moments ago saying he does not want to sell his Trump Media and Technology Group shares and that he does not need the money. Those remarks coming at a press conference. DJT advancing now by 24%. Again, story we're watching, keeping an eye on shares of DJT up now by about 24%. It is an update for the U.S. stock market with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Traders are reviving prospects for a half-point Federal Reserve rate cut next week, spurring a rotation into stocks that would benefit the most from policy easing. Case in point, small cap shares, Russell 2000 index up now by 2.1%. To put that in context, we have got the S&P up by 0.4%, higher right now by 24 points. The Dow up 265, up by about 0.6%. NASDAQ advancing right now by about 0.5%. 10-year 3.64%, the 2-year 3.57%. Spot gold up $23 the ounce, up by about 0.9%, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil is now down by just about 0.2%, 68.85 a barrel. MicroStrategy has bought another 18,300 Bitcoin for around $1.1 billion. That according to a SEC filing by the enterprise software maker. Bitcoin up 2.7%. MicroStrategy shares, they're surging now by 8.6%. Again, recapping, stocks higher and repeating our earlier headline, Donald Trump says he does not want to sell his Trump Media and Technology Group shares. Again, shares of DJT up now by 21%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I appreciate that update, Charlie. All right, we've been talking a lot about this in the newsroom. United Airlines announcing a deal for SpaceX's Starlink to power its in-flight Wi-Fi, becoming the first major U.S. carrier to use the satellite system and giving the Elon Musk-run company a marquee customer. Now, the telecom sector and how we stay connected, it really continues to evolve, gets disrupted, which brings us to the tiny telecom company that wants to compete with SpaceX. Check this out, everybody. It has become one of the hottest stocks in the world this year after soaring from $2 to nearly $30 in just 6 months. So, Tim, let's get to the interview.
It's up another 13% as we speak today.
Yeah.
Joining us from Boston, we've got Scott Wisniewski, president of the $8.1 billion market cap wireless telecom company AST Space Mobile, the company building a global cellular broadband network in space to operate directly with standard, unmodified mobile devices. Scott, welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. Good to have you. Explain for the layperson how this technology works and how it's different from typical 5G technology that they'd get from a typical wireless operator that sends them the signal on the ground.
Well, thank you for having us today. Our technology is space-based. It's in low Earth orbit, and it functions as a sort of replacement for a cell tower on the ground. It uses today's wireless frequencies, today's cell phones, and it's backwards compatible with the 5 billion plus phones that we use today around the world. So you are a user. Our partners in the U.S. are AT&T and Verizon. If you're a customer of one of them, have a plan with them, the phone in your pocket in the future will be able to access our satellite network in space. And so we have the technology and the patents to make that work in a way that was never contemplated before because space is so far away. But we have the technology in orbit. We just launched 5 satellites this week. And the size of our satellites allow us to connect to regular, small, low-powered cell phones.
In your view, Scott, does this replace cell phone towers? Should companies like American Tower be concerned?
Well, that's an excellent question and one we often get. But American Tower has actually invested in us twice. So we're designed to supplement cellular networks on the ground. Because of physics, terrestrial networks will always be best served people that are nearby. Our towers in the sky are over 500 miles away. So we are a supplemental coverage. When your phone is quiet and has no coverage or weak coverage, that's when we come in. And it makes a lot of sense for us because we have the ability to cover half the country with only one satellite at a time. So it's a very efficient way for operators like AT&T and Verizon and the other 45 around the world that we have agreements with, who collectively have over 2.8 billion subscribers. So we're really an extension of their networks, and we were designed from the beginning to complement their networks, work with their existing technology, and work with a phone in your pocket without you even knowing it.
All right, so supplementing, complementing, but at some point, couldn't it be that what you do be comprehensive? I mean, I think about Starlink, and they certainly seem to want to be comprehensive in terms of their capabilities. But I'm curious for you guys, American Tower might be joining up with you guys just to be prepared for kind of what's next and what might be the future rather than what they are doing currently.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, and it gets back to what the cell companies and the tower companies have created over the last couple decades, which is an incredible network that covers most of the population. There are spots that are missed, but today's terrestrial networks are very good. So we'll never replace that. It's just a question of physics. Our satellites are the largest ever put into low Earth orbit commercially. It's over 700 square foot each. We've been flying one for the last 2 years, and we just launched 5 more yesterday.
Right.
So we are going to be able to provide a lot of coverage from a satellite perspective.
What's a lot? What's a lot? When you think
think
about people who are using, would need to tap into the service, 50%, 60%, 70%? What's a lot?
Well, we have the ability, you may be familiar with other satellite services that are starting to pop up on phones today. And those tend to be SOS, emergency, maybe some limited texting. We've tested 4G, 5G speeds to the phone over the last year, and that was a big part of the technical demonstrations we did last year with our partners AT&T and Vodafone in Europe and Rakuten in Japan. And so we've done over 20 megabits per second to the phone. But this is a supplement. Think about extra gigabytes to the phone, not your base package typically. This is an add-on for when you're moving in and out of coverage as you live, work, and travel. Or importantly, in the developing world, we have the ability to help really put a dent in the 2.5 billion people who don't have any cellular broadband access today. So it's really meant to be a supplement, but it is a large supplement, and that's why it's a cellular broadband network.
Scott, we said you want to compete with SpaceX, but you also rely on SpaceX. For example, yesterday, you launched 5 commercial satellites atop a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. Explain your relationship with SpaceX here. And remember, SpaceX owns Starlink, so that's why we're talking about this.
That's right. And so what we're doing is very different from what Starlink and others have historically done, which is talking to a dish. We're standing up a brand new vertical within satellite telecommunications of going directly to the phone. And it's all about working with the wireless carriers globally. So we're not a closed system. We work with today's standard phones, which have been standardized globally and are really incredible, and we all benefit from them every day. So we're standing up a new vertical within satellite telecommunications that really looks and feels like a wireless network. And to get to orbit, to build that network, we're actually vertically integrated. We're based in Texas. We build our own satellites. It's an incredible core competency of ours and very, very important to building any low Earth orbit network. So we build our satellites ourselves. And then in terms of launching that network, we plan to work with all the major launch providers globally.
What's the toughest part of what you are doing right now? Do you have enough capital to do what you need? Obviously, investors are pretty excited about what you're doing. What's the difficulties?
Yeah, the unlock for us this year was really started in January when we announced investment from AT&T, Vodafone, and Google, and then we followed that up with investment by Verizon in May. And so for us, we're publicly traded on the NASDAQ. We've raised over $1.5 billion. We feel very good about our capitalization to achieve our near-term objectives. And so we feel good about capital. We feel great about the technology with the demonstrations we've done over the last 2 years with our in-orbit satellite.
Yeah.
And for us, it's really a race against time. We're building our satellite network as fast as we can, and our partners are very excited. And based on the hundreds of investors who traveled to watch our launch this week at 5 a.m. in the morning, they're very excited as well. I think there's a real strong latent demand for our service, and it comes from the fact that when our phone does not work, we feel it very heavy in our pocket.
Hey,
and so
super quick, 10 seconds. Do you go it alone? Is that the plan? Or would you be open to linking up with someone real quickly?
Well, we're already partnered with many wireless operators around.
You know what I mean.
So that's all we do is we need them. So.
All right, gonna leave it there. Look forward to future conversations. Scott Wisniewski, he's president of AST Space Mobile, joining us. Coming up next, we're gonna get into options insight. What are the markets telling us ahead of that Fed meeting next week?
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, quite a week. We're getting ready for the Fed meeting next week, but let's get a check on the markets.
Let's turn to Options Insight with Bloomberg News Markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle. She's with Thomas Thornton, president at the hedge fund Telemetry.
Great to have you with us, Tom. It's been quite some time. I think this is your first time back to the Bloomberg building since the pandemic, so welcome back. And speaking of the markets, we're looking at a rally. Last week, we had the worst week for the S&P 500 since 2022. Now we're looking at the best week, up about 4% since November of 2023. What's driving it, and how much is the Fed, the meeting next week, an influence?
Well, last week was the worst of times, and this is the best of times this week. And I think that it all turned around when NVIDIA, the CEO, spoke at the Goldman conference, and he gave some insight on the trends and the panic, really, with their customers trying to buy their AI chipsets. And I think that's what did it. And then zero data expiration options took hold. And the options activity with NVIDIA and some of the big tech names really drove the market higher.
Okay, so there was some real micro action beneath the surface that was driving it. Let's turn to that macro, though, the Fed, because there's a big debate at this point, in part today being stirred by the Wall Street Journal and a piece they did on the debate among policymakers about whether to cut by 25 basis points or 50 basis points. Where do you think the Fed's going to land? And if it happened to be 50, does that signal that something's wrong with the economy? Is it too much at this point?
I've been thinking 25, and I thought that if the market broke last week's lows and then, let's say, traded with the S&P 5350, then they'd go 50. But now that you have these leaks coming, and Michael McKee always talks about the leaks.
Wait, I just want to interject for a minute. So did you just say that if the S&P 500 cracked 5350, then they'd go 50?
I thought so. I thought so.
Is the Fed supposed to be watching the S&P 500 in terms of their policy moves? That's an interesting observation from somebody such as you who has so much experience.
I do think they look at the markets, and I do think that they look at that from a sentiment point of view. I think they want to make sure that the markets function properly, and that means going up. And if they broke last week's lows, I think there could be some, heavy selling happening. But we were under. The S&P was under. We were under. The S&P was under last week's low for just a minute, and then bounced. And here we are, not so far from all-time highs. So we could go a little higher. And if the Fed cuts 50 basis points, it would be the same as they did in 2007. The market had an emotional reaction. It went higher. And then all of a sudden, bad news started to come into the world, and the market faded, and they had to cut rates, 10 times and QE to stabilize things.
So that's a pretty interesting thought, making the 2007 comparison, right when the S&P 500 topped out before the GFC sell-off. Are you making that consciously in terms of stocks? And let's bring, speaking of 2007, 2008, oil into the conversation, because we're certainly not seeing oil at $149. What is interesting is we basically have had a crash in oil this week, and nobody's really talking about it.
Yeah, I think that oil's been in a downtrend for a while, and I actually bought energy stocks for the first time since the beginning of the year in my fund, and energy stocks were the best performing sector in Q1, which a lot of people don't realize, but it was, and then everything fell apart. But we did have DeMarc exhaustion signals on the downside. I think things got overdone. So I'm thinking there's a mean reversion bounce here happening. And of course, energy stocks are not necessarily the place where you want to be, or crude, if there's a recession on the horizon.
Interesting stuff. So how I know that you have an options trade. It's funny. I know we've talked about a lot of options trades in the past, but you had one in particular that you liked, one way to take advantage of this situation.
Okay, I like the October expiration for XLE, a call spread. If you buy the 87 and sell the 92 strike, I think it's about $1.20. And you can make 4x on your money. I think it's a cute trade. Or X. Or X. I'll mention that.
Out there very casually, Tom.
Yeah, well, options. It's options insight.
Yes,
And things work, some don't.
So, it's something that's also interesting to me is gold. So we've had gold at record highs. I associate when gold goes higher, that has to do with a dovish Fed, which of course that is the expectation in rates. I mean, I almost fell out of my chair at one point when I caught up with the 2-year yield at a 357 as opposed to, 5% or higher, the 10-year yield at 364. So we actually have a more normalized yield curve there. Of course, that inversion, that will signal that at some point, or signals that there's likely a recession ahead. How do you put gold into this picture in about 40 seconds or so?
Well, if you look at gold this year versus any other commodity, it's been the most resilient commodity out there. And I say that because you haven't really seen pullbacks like other commodities, and it's been really pretty steady. And I think there's been a buyer, an overseas buyer with governments buying. I think people are looking at it as an inflation hedge because we still do have some inflation out there. And it's really been low volatile. So I think that people are gravitating towards that. Now, if the Fed only goes 25, you could probably see a sell-off in gold, and we'll see, how far down it goes.
Stay tuned. Next week's going to be interesting. Tom Thornton of Hedge Fund Telemetry, thanks for joining us for Options Insight. Carolyn, Tim, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Coming up on TV, The Close, Tim and I continue on Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
Oh, you said it.
No.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough. Another thing that startups need to look for is a market that is either started to undergo or is soon going to undergo exponential growth. I think this is actually related to one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating startups. Investors always say, well, what's your growth rate? We care about the growth rate. Investors will forgive smallish revenue today if it's growing quickly. For some reason, people don't think about markets this way. But if you think about the most important startups, they are the ones that I start in small markets that are growing very, very quickly. 11 years ago, the market for iPhone apps was $0. It's now huge. And I think if you only think about the TAM today, you'll make a big mistake. What you really want to do is identify a market that's going to grow every year and be able to ride that up elevator. A really important thing to figuring this out is learning how to differentiate between real trends and fake trends. A real trend is something that's actually going to happen and a fake trend is not, or at least not yet. And before you make a big bet on a new platform, you want to make sure it's real. Now, there's an easy trick for this, which I'll share now. Real trends are ones where a new technology platform comes along and the early adopters use it obsessively and tell their friends how much they love it. A fake trend is one where people may buy the product, but don't use it, or at least not enough. So an example of a real trend, I already mentioned the iPhone, I'll mention that again. When the iPhone first came out, many people were dismissive because they only sold 1 million or 2 million that year. And they said, well, this just doesn't matter. But for the people that had an iPhone, they used it for hours every day. It became central to their lives. They loved it. They told their friends, you got to get one. And I think it was obvious then to people paying attention that something had fundamentally shifted, and we had a new computing platform that was going to spawn huge businesses, and it was a good time to bet on mobile apps. A fake trend, or at least a fake trend as of August 2018, I would say is VR. I do believe VR will be big someday, but today most people that I know that own a VR headset use it never or very rarely. And so although a lot of people talk about it, and maybe even a lot of people buy them, there's not the intense usage per user among the early adopters that I think you want to see before you make a big bet. Another thing that startups need, at least one evangelical founder, usually the CEO. Someone at the startup has got to be the person that is going to recruit, sell the product, talk to the press, raise money. And this requires someone who can infect with enthusiasm the whole world about what the company is trying to do. And someone who becomes the chief evangelist for the company, it's very hard to succeed wildly without that. It's very hard to build a team at all without being able to do that.
On October 11th before the market opened. So let's get to Argina Martin-Adams, who's been watching, obviously, as she always does, the equity markets and thinking about earnings as well. She's Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist, and she joins us from New Jersey. So good to have you back with us. So, yeah, I feel like, we're going to get through the Fed meeting next week, and then we're going to just start talking earnings again. What are we seeing? We talk banks and financials a lot with you. Earnings or estimates coming down?
They have been, Carol. Actually, estimates have been coming down from the analyst community throughout the third quarter earnings season, and analysts are expecting a very low, only 5% growth in earnings to come in the quarter ahead. That would be the lowest pace of earnings growth since last year, as we've produced greater than 8% earnings growth for several consecutive quarters and nearly 14% earnings growth in the second quarter. I think the recent announcements from financials have been particularly painful because this was the sector that really just pummeled expectations in the second quarter earnings season, and also has had a nice lift in stock prices on account of the fact that investors are looking forward to Fed ease coming, resulting in some profitability improvement for the financial sector. But broadly, this is consistent with the trend in the analyst community that we've seen for a while. They tend to get a little bit more conservative about the next quarter in the quarterly reporting season. And we're just ending that quarterly reporting season just now.
So given what we've heard from companies and what you think earnings, or what analysts are telling us and telling you that earnings are going to do, what pockets of the market right now seem quote unquote expensive and which ones don't?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I will say first on that point, analysts are marking down earnings expectations, but with the exception of financials, company guidance is extraordinarily positive. So I think that this is a reflection of the fact that analyst expectations maybe are moving for certain segments of the index or certain sectors of the index, but broadly, companies are telling us that the outlook is getting a little bit better. So what we're having is a bit of right sizing of expectations between the two. Maybe they meet in the middle. When we think about valuations, it's pretty clear that there's just really one sector that's expensive, and that's tech stocks. When you look across the rest of the S&P 500, when you look at the equal weighted index, when you look at even the S&P 500, excluding the Mag 7, you're looking at valuations that are generally pretty close to pre-COVID average, or in some cases even below pre-COVID average levels. The healthcare space stands out to us as having pretty significant discounts, whereas tech is still the most expensive. So it does range across sectors, but I think the big story there is that we've just really paid up for tech and specific AI themes over the course of the last 2 years, and we're seeing some of that premium distributed over the course of the last several weeks.
How much might sentiment or actual market moves in the equity markets, Gina, be impacted by a Fed that is next week finally expected to cut rates? What happens to the equity universe when we now get a new, trend in terms of policy?
Yeah, I think this is something we've been trying to price in really since the middle of July, when the bond market started cueing the equity market to anticipate some movement toward a Fed easing cycle. It's now just a matter of how big or how little is that easing cycle, and importantly, what's responsible for that easing cycle? Is it the Fed that's right-sizing policy to a new normal of lower inflation, Or is it a Fed that's right-sizing policy in anticipation of an economic recession emerging or another downdraft in growth? Or is it some combination of the two? Because those outcomes are very meaningful for the equity market. If we're looking at, just a few tweaks in policy reflecting more stable inflation conditions, but also not an emerging major weakness in economic conditions, then that's a great environment for stocks. And we could see stocks celebrate repeatedly. If instead we're looking at a Fed that's saying, hey, growth is looking extremely weak here, and we want to get in front of that weakness, it does create a little bit more volatility and uncertainty. And then I'd say the other thing to really watch here is not just the Fed, but what happens with the Bank of Japan. As we learned in late July, early August, that divergence in policy rates between the Fed and the Bank of Japan, particularly after an environment in which the Bank of Japan has just been dormant, keeping policy extremely easy, that divergence can create ripple effects for financial markets. And so we should be on guard for that as well.
How do you explain what we saw or what we are seeing this week with the S&P 500 up close to 4% in the last 5 days versus last week, which was the worst week since 2023?
The market giveth, the market taketh away, and it giveth again.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a very volatile third quarter. This is pretty typical, frankly, Tim, is the third quarter is just the worst quarter for stocks. You tend to see volatility emerge. You tend to see a lot of price movements in the S&P 500. So some of it, I don't want to say all of it, but some of it is certainly just typical third quarter weakness that we tend to contend with this time of the year as investors are really right-sizing expectations for the year ahead. When they come back from the Labor Day holiday, we tend to think about where is the near-term likely direction of policy, where is the market likely to head into the end of the year, and then what does 2025 start to look like? So I think that's some of it. Some of it is just tech. I mean, if you look at where the best performance is so far this week, it's the tech stocks, it's semiconductors. And so this ongoing volatility in the semiconductor space is certainly plaguing stocks. And then the other thing I'd say is it's economic growth. I mean, this week, we've actually had some pretty solid economic numbers. The inflation prints were pretty much spot on expectations. Import prices fell a little bit more than anticipated. And today we got a pretty good consumer sentiment number, second consecutive month of gaining consumer sentiment.
Right.
So the economic data has been relatively good this week, and I think that's helped.
All right, listen. Hey, thank you so much. Have a great, great weekend. Gina Martin-Adams, she is Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist, joining us right there from New Jersey.
Well, it's today's big take. It's among the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. It's about the promise and the perils of a new era in college athletics, one in which booster groups control the fate of players and teams while being accountable to no one. We've got with us Peter Robison. He's Bloomberg News Projects and Investigations reporter. He's also the author of Flying Blind, the 737 MAX tragedy and the fall of Boeing. He, along with Noah Buhire, write about how NCAA stars are making millions, but everyone else is vulnerable to boosters making promises that they can't or won't keep. Peter joins us from Seattle. Peter, take us back to 2021, a few years ago, and that decision from the Supreme Court that, I don't want to say started this all, but was really a pivotal moment in the story.
Yeah, the pressure had been building on the NCAA for more than a decade by that point. Players were starting to realize that the universities and the NCAA were selling video games using their likenesses. They were selling jerseys based on their likenesses, signing these really rich TV contracts. So the antitrust rulings were starting to go against the NCAA, and the Supreme Court in 2021 really signaled that it was not going to be favorable to the NCAA in future rulings. It was a concurrence by Brett Kavanaugh that year who said that the business model of the NCAA would be flatly illegal in almost any other industry, and that's essentially because it makes its money using unpaid labor. The players are really, compared to coaches and administrators, making much less of the revenue of what is a multi-billion-dollar business.
All right, so big change for college sports. And so now, right, every college athlete is making millions. A little sarcasm there.
That is probably the popular belief. If you follow the sports pages, you hear about Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback at the University of Colorado, driving a Mercedes Maybach. You hear about these what are name, image, and likeness valuations for players. But as Noah Buhire and I learned, the reality is much more complicated because it's really only the top layer of stars who have the leverage to get those kind of deals. And most of the rest of the players take what they can get from the booster groups, which are essentially the richest person in town. It's the richest car dealer or the richest real estate developer who puts together a group of friends and decide they're going to help out the local team by paying them.
Can you explain what happened back in Iowa City, Iowa? It's the opening anecdote in your story.
Yeah, this was a fascinating chapter that Noah and I spent a lot of time in trying to understand better, because it was this moment where that really revealed what happens behind the scenes with these NIL contracts. The popular impression people have is that players are signing marketing deals with companies like Nike or Adidas, but what's really happening is they're signing these private contracts with booster groups, which are giving them contracts which you wouldn't see in other industries. The booster group at Michigan State, which we wrote about, was called Spartan Dogs for Life. It was backed by Matt Ishbia, who is famously the owner of the Phoenix Suns, and Steve St. Andre, who's another Michigan State alum who ran a digital marketing company. And they had players on payroll through Spartan Dogs. And we've seen the contract for one player who was getting $10,000 a month. Just before the game, the Michigan State plane is headed to Iowa City, and the Spartan Dogs cut off payments and said that, essentially your dogs for life, no more. And what had happened was that the coach of the team had been fired. It was very likely that many of the players were going to leave. So the booster group said it wouldn't continue from that point. So it became a really dramatic scene in the hotel, as we write about, with players saying, put me on the plane. I'm going back. I'm not going to play.
For life, not necessarily being for life in that case.
Exactly. I think what's interesting, too, is you point out how coaches are making promises to entice players to enroll, and then, according to accounts by multiple people, often change the terms after the fact. Is that different from maybe before? I mean, were coaches, they probably did lots of things to lure students to play for them, but I'm wondering, is it something much more worse this time around?
Yeah, the agents, players, coaches, everyone that we talked to said that, coaches have always been salesmen. They'll tell players they're going to get lots of playing time, and then things shake out differently once they're there. But what's different now is that their promises involve money. They work with these booster groups at arm's length. So the booster group will, present a contract, and it's based on a discussion at some point. But there's no accountability or enforceability in many cases. Many of these contracts are written with these broad termination rights, which you just wouldn't see in any other industry where you're negotiating a contract. The one for the Spartan Dogs that I mentioned, you actually said it can be terminated at any time for any reason in a one-sided way.
Hey, got about a minute and a half left here. Who are these booster groups, and where do you think the problem is after you and Noah doing all of this reporting?
The booster groups they call them collectives. There's actually a lobbying group called the Collective Association now, so they're not going anywhere for a while. But the problem ultimately is that there is not a collective bargaining agreement like you would see in the pro leagues. In the pro leagues, the contract the players get in the NFL, it's actually provided to the Players Association, so there's transparency. Players can measure themselves against the market. They know what they're going to get. The college football has been professionalized to a certain extent, but really still not for the players. There isn't a collective bargaining agreement. There's not a common expectation of what what they're worth.
Net, just in the last 30 seconds we have with you, Peter, after doing this reporting and speaking to so many folks, has this been good for college sports? Is this what they wanted?
I would say it's slowly getting better. It's definitely better than it was 10 years ago. There's a growing awareness that players are worth more than they've been getting in this system. It's still the coaches and the administrators who have the multi-million-dollar contracts, but it's slowly getting better for the players as well.
It's an incredible story. Peter, thank you so much. And as we said, it's the Bloomberg Big Take. Peter Robison, he is Bloomberg News Projects and Investigations reporter. So much detail in this story by he and Noah Buhire.
I didn't get paid anything for 3 years of D3 tennis.
What are you saying?
I'm still waiting for the money.
Would you have been if this had been in place?
Unless I was like a social media influencer, I guess.
All right, coming
D3, Carol, D3.
Coming up next, we switch gears a little bit.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got just about 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. The bigger story, though, the surge in the Russell 2000 index up now by 2%. Traders are reviving prospects for a half-point Fed rate cut next week, spurring a rotation into stocks that would benefit the most from policy easing. To put it all in context, we got the S&P up 26 now, up by about 0.5%. The Dow up 200 178, up 0.7%. Nasdaq higher now by 0.6%. 10-year 3.64%. The 2-year 3.57%. Gold up $22 the ounce to $25.80. Looking at a record for spot gold, up 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude just above $69 a barrel, 69.02, up by about 0.1%. While investors certainly looking ahead to Wednesday's Fed decision and Jay Powell's news conference, Brooke May is managing partner at Evans May Wealth. She says a 50 basis point move by the Fed would be a surprise.
You know, typically we're cutting because we need to stimulate the economy, or there's an energy crisis, or there's a bubble that's burst. And so they have the ability to be cautious. They've been cautious all along. And Jerome Powell hasn't done anything to indicate that they're going to change their posture.
Brooke May of Evans May Wealth. Uber will be the sole supplier of driverless rides on Alphabet's Waymo cars in both Austin and Atlanta. Shares of Uber up now by 5.8%. Rival Lyft trading lower by 4.3%. Shares of Donald Trump, DJT's media company, are moving higher, up by 11.3%, surging after Donald Trump said at an event that he has, quote, absolutely no intention of selling his shares. Again, DJT up now by 11.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. What comes to mind, Carol, when you hear Evite?
Kids' birthday parties.
Yeah.
Or just any kind of event.
I think a lot of people remember it as like the OG in online invitations. Before Facebook events, before paperless posts, there was Evite. The company traces its roots back to a different era in the internet.
Wow.
We're talking 1998, okay?
That's a while ago.
Here's some context. Mark Zuckerberg was barely a teenager then.
Okay.
The best-selling single of the year, My Heart Will Go On, by Celine Dion.
Is that when the Titanic came out?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
that would make sense, right?
All right. It's changed hands, though, several times, right, since then?
Yeah, IAC owned it. So did the John Malone-founded Liberty Media, the company that has a huge stake in F1 and Live Nation Entertainment. Now it's privately owned, and we got with us the president of Evite, Anda Foe, joins us here on Bloomberg Business Week. Anda, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? I love that intro. It gave me a big smile hearing that.
Well, I do think that Evite is like kind of the way people use Kleenex, you know, or Kleenex to refer to a tissue. It's like the way you would describe the concept of receiving an invitation that is not in the traditional way. Help us understand, though, how the business has changed in the last 26 years. I'm a little confused. I know your folks told us that it recently celebrated its first profitable year, but I did find an article by the Chamber of Commerce that said back a little after the pandemic in 2021, it had its first profitable year. Help us understand what's going on. We're still waiting for Anda's connection to get better.
Okay, a little bit of a freeze there. So we'll get to her in just a moment. We're going to talk a little bit about the Evite business. Having said that, we are counting down to the close. Just got about 35 minutes to go, and we're looking at a market that's still holding on to some gains here across the board.
Yeah, look at that. The S&P 500 up 0.5 percentage point. The Nasdaq up a little more than 0.6%. Let's take a look at the Nasdaq 100, the tech-heavy Nasdaq 100, higher by 0.5 percentage point. Carol, you know, when I got married,
did you do it all by Evite?
Not all of it.
Oh, okay.
So what we did was
mine were not. I was like putting them out.
We did save the dates with like an electronic version to get them to everybody sooner than later, so then they could then save the date.
Yeah, right.
And I believe it was sort of like a hybrid. So it's like the save the date match, then the paper version, which came a few months later.
I mean, the actual wedding were
old
wedding
school
invitations, old school.
Licking stamps like in Seinfeld.
All right, we hope not. All right, let's get back to our guest. We're talking with Anda Foe. She's president of Evite, and we've kind of reconnected with her. Anda, good to be talking with you. So talk to us about this business today in terms of demand growth. As Tim said, I think you said you'd seen something that said it was profitable.
Yeah, there's profitable. It's been profitable a few times, at least according to this one article from the Chamber of Commerce back in a few years ago, fiscal 2021. It was the first time in a decade it had been profitable. But I know under your leadership, it's profitability. Maybe it's measured differently. Help us understand what's going on.
Yeah, so you mentioned earlier that it's changed hands a couple times and it's now private. So since we gone private, we made dramatic changes to eVite, and that's when I came on board. And to name a few of the dramatic changes we did, the first of which was we have a now all-female product-led team, which gives us a competitive edge. As Carol mentioned, most of our users are mom throwing kids' birthday parties. So with a female product-led team, we're on the ground and we know what's happening. We also rebuilt and modernized our core invitation product a couple years ago. And those two things combined is really what drove all the changes that are happening at eVite, our revenue growth, and on top of that, profitability. We, a couple years ago, kind of eked out profitability, but at this point, you're talking about double-digit margins in our profit line now. So that's what's really changed with eVite, and we're so excited about what's happening.
How did you do it? Because you guys have moved away from being an ad-driven model, which is so much a part of the online universe. So what is the profitability model and what drives revenues?
We're now thinking about the number one thesis we have is how can we be helpful to hosts? How can we just help the users throw their party and throw it well? And so with that thesis, we are now thinking about our product from a user experience standpoint. In the past, the past business model, we're thinking about ad revenue. And when you think about ad revenue, it's a little bit contradictory to think about the user experience. And because, we're rethinking how our business model works, we are now prioritizing the host. And because we do that, the host is loving it. So now our number one driver of revenue is really from our premium experience. And the more we prioritize our host, the more we build features that she wants, the more profitable that we become. And it's really working out for us.
Tell me what a premium experience is when it comes to eVites. Help me out here.
Yeah, a premium experience is about if you want to throw a kid's thematic birthday party, we are going to help you set the vibe for that thematic birthday party. Say the princess birthday party. We're going to give you top of the line trending invitations. They'll come with matching background stamps and stickers to wow your guests about what the theme is going to become. Okay. The second part of the premium experience is we're going to give you control and help you get more RSVPs. We all know when you invite guests to your party, a lot of them will look at your invitation but never respond. What we do with the premium experience is we found out the optimal time to actually message your guests. We keep on nagging them for you so you don't have to. And we have proven that with the premium experience, you actually get more guests because you're paying for this optimization and this customization of your entire event.
Carol, do you ever throw parties and hope nobody comes?
Not for kids.
No, not for kids, but I'm just thinking I have a friend who threw
This is why I love Tim Stenevec.
I have a friend who threw, I probably shouldn't say this, but I have a friend who threw a big summer party one year for his birthday, and it was like the best thing ever. And it was so fun. And he's like, I'm going to do this every year. He did it again last summer, and it barely started raining. And what he did was he sent out a note to everybody and said, party's canceled to everybody, okay? But then he sent on the day of, because it started raining. But then he sent a note to like 10 people and was like, it's not actually canceled. I just didn't want to have a huge party. I just want you guys to show up.
Oh, funny.
It was awesome. Great. It was a great party.
Did you get the invitation to come back?
I did. I got the invitation to come back. There was way too much food and booze because it was like supposed to be a party for a ton of people. Anyway, just an aside. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. All right, so remind us, so this change in your model, remind us again of the metrics. And we're Bloomberg and we say this all the time, but we do care. How has it moved the top line growth?
It has moved our top line growth dramatically. We are now more than 50% higher in revenue. I could say we are the highest.
From a year ago. From a year ago, what's that 50% jump?
from a year ago, from 2 years ago, we're over 100%. We're now at the highest level that we've ever been in our 26-year history. And we are now double digit in profitability. And we have never been that in our 26-year history. And what's even more exciting, I have to tell you guys, is I think that we're just in the tip of the iceberg of where Evite can become. You guys have already mentioned that when you think of digital invitations, you think about Evite. We are known for that space. And what we're trying to do now is think beyond invitations of how we could actually be an ecosystem for all their planning needs. Evite is so big that we have, you know,
so like the
America's
Knot, like, do you want to be like the Knot in terms of planning events for people?
We want to be bigger than the Knot. We can be where for any time you throw an event, we want to help you use all the tools that you normally would use elsewhere into our own ecosystem. From pre-planning tools, like if you want to question a group of guests that you want to invite, what's the best time to meet? We're going to build a tool to help you figure out how to do that. You could do your invitation with us. And what about during the party too? You want to message your guests, you want to post photos. We recently built out this ecosystem with our first new product that's not invitation exactly related. It's called Evite Sign-Up Sheets. Sign-up sheets are for the events when you really need volunteers. It's the fastest on the market right now, and it's completely free, okay? It's great for events like if you have kids in elementary school, you need volunteers to sign up for classroom activities.
Right.
This is a great part.
Right.
It's great for sports when you need volunteers to bring snacks for the kids. And you know what's the most exciting part about this product that our team is super jazzed about? It's great for potlucks. Everybody throws them. We all love them. You need volunteers to bring dishes. But what we're noticing now is with the Gen Z generation, people are now we want to rebrand potlucks for this Gen Z TikTok generation because they're making it thematic.
All right.
It's not just, yeah.
No, I have to ask you before we go, because we're running out of time, got 30 seconds. In a world where we talk so much about AI and the importance of data, it sounds like you guys are getting a lot of information and very segmented about people who are interested in very specific things. Is the data play part of the revenue play? And forgive me, because we just have about 25 seconds.
The data play is all about how do we use that data to help our host. So we have a lot of data about who'd you invited in the past, who's viewed your invitation and who didn't RSVP yet.
Yeah.
Who else have you partied with? That's how we think about our data, is not to sell the information, but how do we become even more helpful to throw your next event?
All right, fun stuff.
Yes. Yes.
All right, well, look forward to checking in with you again. Anne Defoe, she's president of Evite, joining us from, I believe, Manhattan Beach, California.
Sounds great.
I'm going to head out.
You're going to be there.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, the Russell 2000, certainly the outperformer today. They're all advancing. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Shaw. That's right. Main U.S. averages are in the green in a good week for stocks. The Dow is currently up 279 points. The S&Ps are higher by 28, while the NASDAQ rises by 0.6%. The U.S. 10-year yield now at 3.65%. Gold is up 21. Oil is a little changed, but Bitcoin, that's higher by 3%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, all were in the green, led by gains in utilities and telecom. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Caterpillar, Home Depot, and Travelers, while Boeing fell 3.4% and led to the downside. After earnings, Adobe fell 8.5%, while RH rose 22%. And in other news, Trump media surged as much as 30% intraday after Trump said he will not sell shares. Wrapping things up, Boeing's ratings may be cut to junk over at Moody's. Live from the first word breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, thank you very much, Bill Maloney. Have a great weekend. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, 18 minutes left in today's trading session. We are getting ready.
Friday.
I know.
Beetlejuice.
We are talking to one of the screenwriters later on, so we're kind of hyped up on that. Having said that, investors, quite a bounce back after last week's selling. So let's see what Carol Schleif has to say. She is back with us. She's Chief Investment Officer at BMO Family Office, joining us from Minneapolis. Good to have you back with us. So as we kidded with our Gina Martin Adams, Carol, earlier, the market taketh away last week and giveth back this week. Having said that, we've got a big Fed meeting. So I don't know, is there a clear strategy when it comes to the equity trade for you right now?
I think the clear strategy is similar one that's been involved for the last couple of years, and that's build durable portfolios that can dodge and weave and respond to any sort of markets that we get. Because while we had last week being rocky and this week being good, back in the beginning of August, we had Monday being bad and Tuesday being better. So building those portfolios, though, that give us the opportunity to participate both in fixed income markets, especially you've gotten paid nicely to be in those shorter term yields, but also to lean forward on growth, because we do think that from an intermediate and longer term standpoint, a lot of investors are underestimating how beneficial for the economy rate cuts will be.
Carol, I'm going to ask you the same question I've been asking folks all day, because we're seeing what could end up being, depending on what happens in the next 15 minutes or so, a really good week for stocks. Just a huge departure from what we saw last week for the S&P 500, the worst week going back to that regional banking crisis of 2023. What changed? What shifted?
I'm not sure anything macro shifted as much as, there really is just an adjustment and getting used to. People are focusing more on the Fed meeting next week. We're past earnings season. You had, depending on the camp you're in, you had nice meetings from Apple on Monday. You had a very eventful week, actually, all things considered. And I think most importantly, one of the things that is shifting is you're seeing a broadening in the markets, and that's really helped. You're seeing it because it's not just the Dow or the S&P leading, it's also in a concentration of the S&P, it's broadening out to the other 493 names, and especially in small cap as well.
Yeah, Russell's up about 4% this week, right? So does the Fed potentially change all of this next week?
I doubt the Fed will change that. The early betting, what everyone's been looking at now is it 25 basis points? Is it 50 basis points? We really don't think in the context of the next 6 to 12 months it matters. You've got a lot of things markets still have to deal with. This week's been good, but we've also got a lot of volatility potential because this is spooky season after all, not just pumpkin spice season, but spooky season, where you've got
It is
September and October
Triskaidekaphobia, Friday the 13th today.
Yeah, exactly. But that's always been my lucky day. So, but the interesting thing is, though, is that you do have the potential for a lot of volatility. But we think once the Fed has the opportunity next week, and we would imagine they're going to be super careful in how they communicate that this is the start of a process. And that's what businesses are waiting for. If you go back and think through the messages that the individual Fed governors are saying and that they've come out with in the beige book, those companies are sitting on the sidelines waiting to get started with some of that M&A and build outs and infrastructure build. They've been waiting for 2 years because last year they were afraid that we were going to have recession.
Right.
And then when that didn't come, now they've been waiting for, I don't want to finance this week if the Fed's going to cut next week.
Right.
But once the Fed gets some clarity on that, once we get through the elections, because theoretically 2 months from today, most of what we don't know should have some clarity and some direction, and it'll allow people to get on with life.
Right. We know the direction now. Maybe the question is a little bit of how much in terms of the Fed cuts.
The speed.
This week. Hey, by the way, Taylor Swift, I think 13 is her lucky number as well.
It is?
Yeah, I believe it is.
I didn't know that.
I think she does.
That's right, because doesn't that have to do with Travis Kelce's jersey too?
No, well, yeah, but I think 13 has been her has been her favorite number for a long time.
Here, I thought we were talking.
Do you think she maybe picked him
sectors
because his jersey was
Friday
13?
afternoon? Friday afternoon.
This is great. I love this. I had no idea about this.
She like releases, like she's very superstitious about a lot of stuff about when she releases things. My daughter isn't so into Taylor anymore, but she used to be, and so I got a lot of stuff. Hey, some different events. Apple's been out with a lot of news. NVIDIA this week, an earlier guest talking with our Abigail Doolittle talking about NVIDIA, like how maybe that really helps shift some of the sentiment. NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang speaking at that Goldman Sachs conference this week, and we saw NVIDIA. It's really rallied, I think something like 15% this week, but talking about customers, it's tough dealing with them because there's so much demand. They want more of their products and more of their chips. I don't know. Is there something in the tech narrative that's interesting for you?
I think the interesting thing in the tech narrative is unlike the first, when the internet first launched in 95 to 2000, where you had a lot of companies that were creating a lot of headlines that didn't have revenues and earnings. A lot of the companies that are dealing with this now not only have revenues and earnings, the spending is big, it needs to be big. There's been a lot of articles, especially in the last week or two, talking about how we have to rethink the whole tech pipeline in terms of where the processing gets done, how we create the juice for that processing. And it's one of the reasons why, the introduction on Monday, a lot of the AI processing has to happen on the computer, on the phone. So there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic, not just about the build out, but also about the use cases, because many of these companies have been dabbling in it behind the scenes for over a decade.
Yeah.
And building those use cases out, and you're starting to see leverage in some of the most basic mundane tasks where AI walks along as an assistant, doesn't necessarily take our jobs away, but makes it so that we can go to the next level in thought process in these jobs.
Carol's, I wanted to tell you both that our amazing team has been doing some research about the number 13 and Taylor Swift, and I got some notes from our own Elizabeth Sedrin, who said that, sent me a story that has Taylor Swift telling MTV years ago, she was born on the 13th, she turned 13 on Friday the 13th, her first album went gold in 13 weeks, her first #1 song had a 13-second intro. Every time I've won an award, I've been seated in either the 13th seat, the 13th row, the 13th section, or row M, which is the 13th letter.
You guys, I'm a little upset with you. Swifties know this. 89 is an important.
I didn't know this. I'm sorry.
She is very, she's got, numbers are a big thing in her world. Like when she releases things and so on and so forth.
No, the more you know.
Does that mean we're teeing up a great rest of the year here, September, Friday the 13th?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one.
We do hope so.
All right. Well, certainly the Bulls do. The Bears might think a little bit differently, but, we'll leave them for now. Have a great weekend. Carol Schley, Chief Investment Officer at BMO Family Office, joining us from Minneapolis. Folks, we've got about 10 minutes left in the trading day. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week, and I've got an important message for our listeners, our viewers, our friends, everybody out there in San Francisco. Starting October 1st, the place to listen to us in the Bay Area is on the Bloomberg Business app. It works seamlessly in your car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Make the switch today, because October 1st, Bloomberg Radio is streaming directly to your phone. The Bay Area's new home for Bloomberg Radio. It's the Bloomberg Business app. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
Hey, I just want to go to what is the most read story in the Bloomberg.
Ooh, what is it?
In the past 8 hours. I just like the headline. It kind of talks about what a different tone in the markets this week as we get ready for next week's Fed meeting. The stock rotation is back on bets that the Fed will go big. And we talked about this earlier with our Michael McKee, with our Ira Jersey, but you did see Wall Street traders kind of talking about the possibility for a 0.5 point Fed rate cut next week. And so you have seen this rotation into stocks that would benefit the most from a policy easing. And that's why you take a look at the Russell in particular. We're looking at maybe about a 4% gain for the week overall. So we've seen investors moving in there, and it's up 2.3%. So some real outperformance. And right now you've got the S&P up about 0.5%. So major outperformance by those small caps talks about a different mindset, especially if you've got, a much more aggressive Fed next week.
You can also see that playing out on the equal weighted version of the S&P 500 versus the market cap weighted version. So the equal weighted version of the S&P 500 means that, NVIDIA has the same heft as Dollar Tree, beat the U.S. equity benchmark, that gauge less affected by the biggest companies, providing a glimpse of hope that the rally will broaden out.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? We've been concerned about the rally not broadening out, and why a little bit of a major rethink after kind of in the first half of the year, we just saw the S&P march higher and higher from record to record, but a little bit of a rethink that, wait a minute, such a narrow bunch of names that are gaining that, most folks would say for a healthy market, right, we want to see it broaden out. We always talk about, the significance of a broad-based rally. And so you're starting to see that, those economically sensitive shares, if you're seeing a more aggressive Fed, rate decreases, as long as the economy isn't falling apart, which we haven't seen it done yet in terms of growth. We're watching the labor market. We start to see some weakening signs, but as long as the economy, if they can do that slowdown without the Fed, that is, turning the economy or pushing the economy into recession, that could be a good thing.
That's exactly why I asked
better thing.
Ira Jersey in our 2 o'clock hour what the message would be if the Fed did cut rates by 50 basis points instead of 25. Neil Dutta at RedMac says that a popular reason to not go 50 is the message it would send, i.e. the Fed must know something the rest of us don't. I don't buy this for a second, he says. My own sense is that markets would welcome the move. It's a good thing that the Fed is trying to get on sides quickly.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's another one. Andrew Brenner at Nat Alliance Security says that while he thinks a 50 basis point cut is the right call, he just can't see this Fed, who's so entrenched in backward-looking numbers, getting to 50. But that's
a lot of criticism about the Fed.
But there could be a thing like, sometimes there's in a situation where if you do something a little bit more aggressive, it puts things on the right track and keeps maybe that, I hate to say Goldilocks, but that scenario of growth, slowing growth, but still growth without pushing the economy into recession but also keeping inflation low.
So
I don't know.
That's why I'm interested to hear what Jay Powell says about the balance between the labor market and inflation and where he thinks the equilibrium is right now.
Yeah, and if they're hearing maybe from Fed regional banks, this is why the Beige Book is often interesting. Is like
you were gone for the Beige Book.
I know.
It was a good one.
Was it a good one?
It was a good one.
Because this is where anecdotal
Last Wednesday.
information are companies slowing hiring? Are they letting, this is the thing, the narrative that we've talked about, that maybe there's a slowdown in hiring, but there aren't a lot of layoffs. If you start to see more layoffs, then that becomes maybe more of a significant problem. I don't know. I saw something that was talking about graduates, I thought next year, and that it might be a tougher environment for them. As someone will have a graduate.
I don't.
It was a little sensitive for me.
Who knows what happens in May of next year?
Who knows? I don't know. Hey, I'm a data-dependent kind of gal. What are you?
What did Mike say about the dot plot 1 or 2 years out? He just ignores it. He doesn't even talk about it.
He totally doesn't. All right, folks, stick around. We're going to talk about the markets. We're heading over to our TV colleagues. That's because the closing bell starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic and Alex Steele taking you to the closing bell, a global simulcast. It starts right now. Scarlet Fu in the TV studio, Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic in the radio booth. Welcome to our audiences across all of our platforms, including our partnership with YouTube. 5th day of the week, Carol Masser. You weren't here for all 5 of them, but 5 straight days of gains.
Felt like 6. Thank you very much. I'm not going to say why. Anyway, having said that, I'm going to give you a gift because you love talking about the small caps and that expectation or talk certainly today about maybe the Fed being a little bit more aggressive with a rate cut next week. Small caps up about 2.5% in today's session, and they're up about 4% for the week overall.
Such a different tone this week than we saw last week. We thought it might continue on Monday when we saw that sell-off and we saw the warnings earlier in the week from the big banks. But what changed? What fundamentally changed, Scarlett, between last week, the worst week for the S&P 500, since 2023, that regional banking crisis, and this week where, we could be up 4% on the S&P 500?
It's not even just what changed from last week. What changed from yesterday to today, that there's this shift in there we go. People are looking for reasons, or that too.
All right, well, we got the closing bells here in New York, and it has been a great day. In fact, a great week all around, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average posting up here about 300 points on the day as we wait for these numbers to settle, but that takes it back up to that 41,400 mark, a 0.7% gain on the day. Meanwhile, the S&P 500 closing above 5,600, up about 30 points or about 0.5% on a weekly basis. This is the best week the S&P has had all year, best week going back to November of 2023. The NASDAQ up more than 100 points or 0.7%. And let's get right to it. Carol was just talking about it. The outperformance that we saw by the Russell 2000, a 2.5% gain here on the day. You saw similar moves on the S&P mid caps, which closed higher, Carol, by 1.7%.
Hey guys, best performing name this week, Broadcom up 22%. Worst performer, Humana down about 10%. And Scarlett, if I look just though, going back to today, broad-based rally in the S&P 500.
Absolutely. Take a look at the IMAP and the sector performances in the S&P 500. That's a lot of green there. And it's the second straight day where we've had just all green across the board. You know, I was looking, if you take a closer look and split the S&P 500 into 24 groups, there is a little bit of weakness in a couple of pharma names, but you had to look pretty far down.
Is that a Brat chart?
Yes.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, we're done with Brad.
No, we're not.
We're not
Why
done
are we
with
done with
Brad.
Brad?
What happened?
Oh, Tim.
I'm still
I thought
up
we were
with
done with
Brad.
Brad.
No, it's Brad,
No.
Brad Fall.
Do you have a case of man
It's not
flu today?
officially fall yet, so it's still the summer, Tim.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, I
right.
apologize. It'll never happen again.
All right, guys, to some of the individual gainers, if I may. So let's go to it. You're looking at RH, formerly Restoration Hardware, as you know, finishing pretty much at its best levels of the day. So a gain of 25%, up the most in about 4 years. Company reported second quarter revenue, profit, all topped Wall Street expectations. You had Citi, Morgan, Jefferies, all raising price targets on it. So quite a run up in that one. Another one among the top gainers in the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, Warner Brothers Discovery, finishing pretty much at its high of the day, up almost 11%, continuing and extending a recent climb. That after the news yesterday that its multi-year distribution partnership with Charter Communications was renewed early. Keep in mind, it's still down about 26% year to date. The semi area, SOX, also higher today. One reason why, ARM Holding up almost 6% in today's session. This has Raymond James initiated coverage on the company with an outperform and a price target of 160 a share. Stock has nearly doubled this year. And I kind of had to throw this in at the end. I'm guessing you guys have been talking about it. Trump Media and Technology Group at its highs today, up almost 30%, finishing the day with a gain of about 12%. This as Donald Trump came out and said he doesn't want to sell his shares despite the lockup is set to expire next week. So we saw that one moving around. But we did have, a couple trading stops during the day because of a bunch of volatility in that name.
Okay, well, on the downside, I want to start with shares of Boeing falling 3.7% today. Spate of bad news for the company. Boeing's largest union voted to go on strike. It's 30,000 workers in Seattle walking off. Then, just a few hours later, Boeing's credit rating risk being cut to junk, a move that would dramatically increase financing costs of the company. Moody's saying in a statement today, it's reviewing the ratings for a possible downgrade, and it will, quote, assess the strike's duration and impact on cash flow and the potential equity capital raising Boeing may undertake to bolster its liquidity, down 40% so far this year.
Yeah, and we should just point out, Tim, on Bloomberg Television, we're actually going to be speaking with the president of the union representing those workers, John Holden. That'll be coming up just a little bit after the top of the hour.
Looking forward to that interview. Shares of Adobe also in the red today. Shares sliding by the most since March. The company did issue an outlook that disappointed investors. They're starting to grow impatient to see those new AI tools generate cash. You guys yesterday were talking about that really important metric when we were covering earnings here. It's the digital media net new annual recurring revenue. It tracks the growth of recurring revenue in its creative software business. That came up short of Wall Street estimates. It's going to be $500 million for the period ending in November. Analysts wanted to see $561.1 million. Shares down today by, wow, look at that, more than 8%. Viasat. Shares of the broadband service providers, including Viasat, tumbled today. United Airlines said it's going to offer free Wi-Fi on its flights through an agreement with SpaceX's Starlink satellite service. Viasat down close to 15% today.
All right, taking a look at the bond market. This was had some nice action in it, particularly in the front end. You had yields down by about 6 basis points on the 2-year. On the 10-year, yields were lower by about 2 basis points. That spread, though, between 2s and 10s is now disinverted by about 7 basis points, which is a pretty strong week for those 2 10s. And the question then is, what happens if we don't get that 50, right? You have Michael Feroli of JP Morgan, guys, really sticking to that 50 basis point call for next week, although admitting that it might not happen. And you have Citi still seeing about 2 50 basis point cuts maybe in November and then December, guys.
All right, so let's get to some of the stories that definitely caught our attention on this Friday. This one was among the most read on the Bloomberg, has to do with the housing market and the spring selling season. The U.S. housing market had its worst spring selling season in a dozen years. And you guys, we know this story. We've talked about it a lot. A lack of buyers and sellers. Basically, buyers are being priced out because of the expensive, on the high prices in terms of housing. And then you have people who don't want to sell because they've got a low mortgage rate, and so they're not putting their house on the market.
Does that all change over
I
the
don't,
next few months when the Fed starts
I don't
to cut
know
rates?
if it does, because it's, you know, as we've talked about for years at this point, it's a huge supply issue here. So if rates do go down, what happens to prices? Typically, prices go up of real estate when rates go down. We didn't see that play out in the opposite way when rates went up, and that was a huge issue, and that's been a huge issue for affordability. So remains to be seen whether rates actually affect the housing market. And so many people, too, have those mortgage rates locked in at such a low rate.
Yeah, we do.
Do we ever see rates?
You know,
Alex,
you know.
Keep rubbing it in.
I do. I will every time I get it.
But since
She's
such
never moving.
That's the thing. So what's it going to take for you to move? It would take like a, you know, an event
Nothing.
like what post-COVID where we saw rates go pretty much
You
to
guys,
zero.
wow, you guys are so lucky. You guys all have houses.
Yeah.
I just live in a van down by the river.
That is
Chris
totally
Farley.
a lie.
He's going back to the 90s SNL.
I hear it's an Airstream with a really nice RH couch. Just saying.
For the man flu times.
Which I think costs more than
And I
Airstream.
think there's a little
Yeah.
kitty in the corner. Is there not?
Scarlett, is there?
I know we have some cat lovers here on the program.
Well, I don't know about cat lovers. It's been a big week for cats in general, right? Childless cat ladies, and also some, you know, unfounded talk about cats being devoured by people in certain towns.
What?
Anyway, yeah, that's neither here nor there.
That's the cat you chose?
No. Let's go back to the story because Clorox.
Little kitty.
There's actually a link to Business News, guys. Clorox had to halt production of some kitty litter, the Fresh Step litters last year.
Don't put bleach on your cat.
Wrong picture,
Oh
wrong
my
picture.
gosh.
Let's take the picture off and go back to the cat.
SOS.
Yeah.
Wait, explain what
What's
happened.
happening here?
Explain what
Okay.
happened.
Clorox makes kitty litter, the Fresh Step kitty litter,
Okay.
and it had to stop production at
Rich,
factories
stressing.
because of some hacking. And as a result, the cats have moved on, and the cats don't want to go back to the Fresh Step litters. They've moved on to like Arm & Hammer's litters. And so Clorox now has to, like, for its growth strategy, it needs to convince cats or cat owners to return to its own litter brand.
All right,
so
thank you for being
sorry.
so serious about this.
We're
Scarlett.
so sorry to all of you who love ranch dressing that got in there, because that was obviously a mistake.
Yeah, I guess we don't have enough pictures of Fresh Steps litter.
What about cats?
We love cats. We
Could we
love the
actually-
cats. They're cute and they're furry and they love you.
So who here owns a cat?
Listen.
Does your cat like Fresh Step?
No, we do. I was looking up, as you saw on my computer, we do world's best cat litter because I used to have 3 cats.
World's Best, that's the name of it?
And when you have 3
That's quite the
cats,
boast.
you need some seriously good litter, people. So we're on that.
I think we need to go.
Beat that.
All right, you guys, have a great and safe weekend. On that note, we're going to wrap it. All right, that is our cross-platform coverage. Goodbye to all the cats and dogs that are out there, but do stay safe. That's all I'm going to say. All right, Alex is, I think, heading out. I know Romaine and Scarlett are going to continue on TV, and Tim and I are continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is a Bloomberg Business Week. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenevec. Let's talk a little bit about the week that was. The presidential debate watched by close to 70 million people. Some warnings from big banks about how the quarter is shaping up. And then, of course, there's the parlor game around what the Federal Reserve is going to do next week. It's just some of what happened over the last few days. Also a lot of action in the equity market. It's the backdrop for tonight's episode of Bloomberg Wall Street Week with David Weston. David is host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week. It airs tonight at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I want to start with the debate because this week on Wall Street Week, you dug into and you have been over the past few months, how Wall Street is voting, how Wall Street is looking at these different candidates' policies. What did you find?
Well, we had Blair Efron on from Centerview Partners, and of course he advises Kamala Harris, has been in support of her, and we had him on actually just right after the debate, and he said that he was hearing from various people, including he said a CEO of a Fortune 100 company who, after the debate, texted him and said, okay, I've been on the fence, I'm in. I'll write checks. I really feel strongly about this. But we asked him sort of the obvious question, why would Wall Street be in favor of Kamala Harris if she's raising taxes?
Yeah. Right.
When Donald Trump is saying he thinks it's a broader set of issues about growth, and particularly tariffs on the Trump side, concerned about what that does to GDP and GDP growth. So he's talking his book. He believes in Kamala Harris. He believes in that ticket. But he makes a fairly compelling case about why it is not crazy for Wall Street to support the Democrats this time.
I mean, the last thing they want is an economy to slow down, right? And no growth, because everybody gets hurt by that. And even if you're paying more taxes, you want an economy that's growing. You want a government that's investing, right? I mean, ultimately, is that kind of the story or the thought?
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I will have to say, Blair would say, as you'd expect, CEOs take a longer-term view. You know, it's not over the next month or 6 months or even year. They're taking a longer-term view, what's healthier for the economy. And he thinks there are good reasons to believe that Kamala Harris, if she were president, would be good for the economy overall in a way that he thinks, of course, Donald Trump would not be.
Well, I am curious too, David, like whether it's from Blair or from others, like any kind of feedback that, you know, we've talked so much about if it is a second term for Donald Trump, whether or not it would be an administration that really does have no guardrails. And I know that that's been a popular narrative, but I do wonder sometimes, you know, whether the concerns, whether or not they actually play out in reality. I mean, is there a thinking that it would be a very stark and difficult second term of a Trump White House?
I don't think there's enough.
How much is bark and showmanship versus reality?
Yeah, and boy, with Donald Trump, good luck in figuring that out. We've been spending years trying to figure out just that question. And I don't think, my impression is there's enough of a consensus to know that we think it's going this way or that way. It certainly, Carol, is a big topic of conversation.
Right.
Would Trump 2.0 be like Trump 1.0, or could it be much, much different?
David, very briefly, because you know we have to run in very soon. We talk so much about the policies that are coming out from each side. One thing that I think is lost is policies only become law if you can get Congress to vote on these. It's just not, that conversation doesn't seem to be happening.
Yeah, we actually talked with Blair about that very thing. I said, what about the two houses of Congress? Because that makes a difference what actually gets done. And he said, yeah, but the president has a fair amount of executive authority and he has a bully pulpit. But I think you're right, Tim. I think ultimately what may matter as much to Wall Street and the business community, the economy overall, will be what happens with the entire Congress, because that will really make a huge difference. I think that's right.
All right, I think we're wrapping.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
We unfortunately have to run. David Weston.
We never like to wrap you.
We had to cut you a little early. Do not miss Wall Street Week tonight at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and television. Let's now go to Bloomberg TV. We're going to join an interview in progress. John Holden is president of IAM District 751. He's with Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick and Scarlett Fu. Let's listen in.
Position of leverage. It's been a long road. We haven't renegotiated our full contract since 2008. So there's a lot to address. We've certainly, had some tough times when our membership was threatened with job loss and moving jobs away from our production facilities here in Washington. And so there were some pretty deep wounds that our members had to work through. We proposed over 40% wage increases, and our members certainly deserve those wages. But there's many other things as well. We have also lost our defined benefit pension. There was a mass cost shift on healthcare, and there's many other issues that our members are looking to address, and we're going to work hard to do that. They're confident, they're ready, they've put themselves in the strongest leverage position possible at the right time. So that's where we're at.
What's the relationship right now like, John, with management at Boeing, particularly at the executive side? Do they seem amenable to maybe compromising on some of these issues?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I know they're going through their own issues, but I will tell you that I'm focused solely on what our members need, what their priorities are, and we need more, and we're going to definitely push that forward.
John, we know the White House has been in touch with both Boeing and the union. Is that helpful to you? Have they been able to move the needle in any way?
we'll see. That remains to be seen. I hope so. But at this point, we're going to talk with our members. We just are getting our picket lines up and running. It'll be a little chaotic for the first few days here as we get into a well-oiled machine, sending a strong message. Our members are united. A massive rejection of the contract and a massive vote to go on strike at 96%. So, our members are united across all of our demographics, whether they've worked here for, a few months or for 45 years. Everyone's united, and we intend to go after the items that our members deserve.
So I would like you to be able to outline for us the next steps for you from where you sit. Do you plan to head back to the bargaining table this weekend?
FMCS is involved and is calling both sides to come back to the table, so we're working through some of those items. We will certainly get back to the table as quickly as we can. We also have to talk to our members. Since the strike was called last night at midnight, we still have some engagement we need to do so that when we go back to the table, we can propose the items that we feel we can make headway on to get a deal done. So we have a little bit of time, and hopefully early next week.
Are you in a position, meaning the union, are you in a position right now to provide support for workers should this strike be prolonged?
Yeah, we have a very strong strike fund, and our members will be eligible for that. There's a lot of opportunity for our members. We've spent the last 5 years talking about saving for this, putting into your individual strike fund, preparing so that we could stand on principle and make sure that financial decisions aren't what will, make people decide whether they can accept an agreement or not, but standing on principle so that we can all move ourselves forward.
I'm wondering if you could go back in time for me, John, to the last contract, the last negotiations, and why you feel now that maybe came up short. I know that you have the benefit of hindsight of being able to judge what was done then, but what could have been done differently that maybe would have put or maybe made you feel a little bit better about the contract situation today?
Well, a lot of this is coming from an extension that happened in 2013-14. And in that extension, our members did lose their defined benefit pension. They were threatened that, a major portion of their work would be sent somewhere else for thousands of our members, threatening thousands of their families in our community. We had a massive cost shift on healthcare, and we also had stagnated wages over the last 8 to 10 years. And that was on the heels of being threatened that the 737 MAX aircraft would also be built somewhere else unless we agreed to an extension and a cost shift of healthcare at the time. So there's some deep wounds that we're trying to heal. Right. And I believe this agreement, had it been off of, a previous agreement from 3 years ago or something, might have been perceived different, but this was just a bridge too far.
Right.
And our members are fighting for what they deserve. And there's many issues that we're trying to address. It's hard to pick just one, but that's what kind of led to this overwhelming vote to strike.
Thank you for providing the context there. I understand that the union has requested mediation for the negotiations. How does this process change with a mediator from the NLRB leading the discussions? Does it, prevent or rule out the chance of a quick resolution the way that we saw at the Boeing supplier Spirit AeroSystems?
Well, the company reached out to FMCS, Federal Mediation and Conciliatory Services, and so we want to get back to the table as well. That's our job, is to reach an agreement that provides a better agreement for our members. I think there are benefits to having mediation, and hopefully those can work. But it doesn't deter us from addressing the needs that our members have set. They have spoken loudly. They are standing shoulder to shoulder, speaking with one voice, and we are determined to make the demands, to make the improvements that they're demanding.
So, as you know, Bloomberg Television speaks to, or our audience is analysts, whether it's equity analysts or credit analysts, and investors, bond investors and equity investors. What is your message from the union to this audience? What do you want them to know?
That's not usually a group of folks that I talk to a lot. So kind of the message that I gave the company, I might give to them. you can either meet the demands of our membership now, or it can cost more later. And I think it's important that we resolve this as quickly as we can, that they take seriously our proposals. It's what our members have earned and deserved, and I think that's the best way to resolve this quickly.
And just real quickly here, too, there's been a lot of talk. Anytime you have these big labor strikes, it's not always just about the workers at that particular company, particularly with an ecosystem like making airplanes here. This is going to have reverberations for other companies, even restaurants and other things in the area here. Have you had any discussions at all with other workers in those lines of work, other business leaders in those areas, small business leaders, about how they're going to get through this should this extend for some period of time?
Well, we've had discussions with the community at large for the last couple of years. In fact, our efforts to fight for job security are fighting for certainly our members to have jobs long into the future, but that also brings jobs for everyone else, the other Boeing employees that aren't represented by the IAM, those in the community that are in the aerospace supply chain that have committed their lives to be in aerospace and help aerospace thrive, and everyone else that's benefited from these good jobs in the community. So it's been a fight not just for ourselves but for everyone else to ensure that we have long-term jobs long into the future.
John Holden, president of IAM District 751, thank you so much for spending some time with us and explaining your side. And of course, Romain, it'll be interesting to see how long this lasts, because initially when we knew that this was coming earlier this week, the talk was, oh, this should be a pretty quick one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Well, there
to
you
see
have
where
it.
it's up right.
That was John Holding, president of IAM District 751, with Bloomberg, Romain Bostic, and Scarlett Fu, talking all about that ongoing Boeing strike and where they are in negotiations.
Yeah, Boeing shares did finish up the day about 3.7% lower. We also talked with our George Ferguson earlier about some of the implications, the Boeing balance sheet, and the concerns about whether or not this is a shorter versus longer strike. So be sure to check that out on our podcast feed. Let's get back to the markets. Certainly the day is wrapped up. Let's check in once again with Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. On an update for the rest of the market, Boeing shares declined today. We have BA Boeing down 3.7%. As the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all ripped higher. Perhaps the big story, though, the surge in the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares. That index up today by 2.5%. 5 for 5 on the week. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, the S&P up every single day this past week. On the week, the S&P advanced by 4%. Today, up 30, a gain of 0.5%. The Dow up 297, up 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 114, up by 0.7%. 10-year 3.65%, the 2-year 3.58%. Gold up 0.9%, 25.81 on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil today up 0.4%, 69.27 for a barrel of WTI. Boeing is at risk of losing its investment-grade credit rating at Moody's as the embattled plane maker faces the prospect of a drawn-out strike by workers. Cannot ignore the jump in DJT, Donald Trump's media company. Donald Trump sent shares of his social media startup soaring after he said at an event today he has absolutely no intention of selling his shares. DJT up today by 11.8%. Recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 30, up 0.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, everybody who knows our program knows that we love talking food and drink.
We have a few trademarks along with our brand.
Food, drink, and on a Friday afternoon, we especially like talking about the latter. Fawn Weaver is CEO of Uncle Nearest. It makes Tennessee whiskey. She's also the author of Love and Whiskey, the remarkable true story of Jack Daniel, his master distiller Nearest Green, and the improbable rise of Uncle Nearest. Fawn joins us from Tennessee. All right, Fawn, there are stories about how brands came to be, and then there are stories about how brands came to be. This one is the latter. Because before we get to the actual whiskey, tell us all about Nearest Green, the namesake of your whiskey. This story goes back more than 150 years.
Absolutely. Nearest Green is the first known African-American master distiller. He was the teacher and mentor of a young Jack Daniel. He later became his first master distiller for Jack Daniel Distillery Number 7. And until 1978, when Jack Daniel and his own family essentially had stewardship of that company, Nears Green and his boys, George and Eli, were always a part of the story. Their significance, the importance of the process that Africans brought to America, that is taking a traditional bourbon distillate, running it through sugar maple charcoal before putting it in a barrel, which distinguishes Kentucky bourbon from Tennessee whiskey. Even though both are a straight bourbon whiskey, it's what distinguishes essentially the styles that the two different states make. And that process was brought in by the Africans. Jack and his family always credited Africans for bringing that in. The enslaved people is exactly how they put it. And so, well, actually at that time they said the slaves brought it in. We now refer to them as enslaved people. But that is a story that continued until 78. Then between 78 and 79, after Jack's own family was no longer overseeing that company, the story disappeared. And it wasn't until 2017 when I introduced new research that the world really began to know what this story was, how remarkable it was. And that story is now, and that research is now contained in my book, Love and Whiskey.
What else did you learn in terms of doing that progress? I think it's so important. I guess maybe the older I get, I feel like history is so much more important to me, and understanding whether it's the history of our country, the history of my background, the history of just so many different aspects of our society, understanding it so that I can hopefully have a smarter view going forward. But as you wrote your book and you did this research, tell us about some of the other things you found out.
Absolutely. First, I should say what the research was. It was not light research. I interviewed about 100 of Nears Green's descendants, Jack Daniel's descendants, African-American elders of Lynchburg, Tennessee, anywhere between 75 years old and 106. Nears Green's granddaughter was still alive when I arrived in Lynchburg. Jack's eldest descendant was 102 when I arrived, and she passed away at 104, and her faculties were fully intact. And so I had the benefit of being able to learn from so many people. And one of the things that I found that I think is so relevant to the conversations we're having in America right now is at the time when Jack Daniel was alive and he ran the distillery, and then after his descendants, they all worked side by side with either Nears boys, or Nears grandchildren. And one of the things I found fascinating is the percentage of African Americans in Lynchburg was not that great. Yet all of the African-American elders tell me that worked at Jack Daniels that the workforce was about 50% African-American. And the only way I could explain that, the only way it made sense to me, is that because Jack and his family hired based on skill set, and they paid based on tenure, not based on color. They saw complete equality between the two groups of people, that just spread around this area of outside of Lynchburg, Tennessee. And you had African Americans coming in here and saying, hey, I hear y'all have jobs and we're treated fairly. And so when after Prohibition shut down the distillery here for 30 years. And after Prohibition, thousands of distilleries shuttered their doors and never reopened. But here comes Jack Daniels roaring back with an enormous amount of power. And I have to believe it's because they were always pulling from the entire work pool that was available. And I think that that's something that we can absolutely learn from today. But also this notion that in the 19th century, you had in the Deep South, we're right above the Alabama border. In the Deep South, you had equality between blacks and whites in the workplace. That is something that we're still trying to figure out how to do now.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad you went there, because I do feel like it's kind of amazing, right, that we were there. And then we went backwards. And I would safe to say, with some of the recent rulings, and we talk a lot about what's going on with colleges and college applications and so on and so forth, but we still talk about the lack of diversity in our world. What is it that continues to hold it back?
Well, the irony is I think that if we fix the gender problem, we'll fix the race problem. And by that, I mean women are 50% of this population. But when you go into those boardrooms, when you go into those C-suites, we are a fraction of the percentage of those that are in there. And we, by nature, are more empathetic. It is how we're wired. And so I do believe that if we can fix the gender issue, that we will naturally fix the race issue, because you have more women CEOs and they're going to be looking around and saying, hey, why is everyone in this room white?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
And those are things that I do believe women pay attention to, but men have run the C-suites for so long. And I think that that is what continues to hold us back, is we need to see that 50-50 equality in those C-suites. And the rest, I think, will start to work itself out.
Fawn, I wasn't planning on going here, but you kind of bring up the perfect segue to what's happening in the final stretch of the election right now, because you do have, we live in a country where we have never seen a female president, and there is the opportunity with the election of Kamala Harris. If she does win, she will become the first female president. How are you watching this play at the highest office and arguably the most powerful person in the world?
I can tell you, I'm praying about it more than anything. That is, I believe that this is an election that is pivotal to how our country advances. You know, a lot of the people that vote in this election have never left the U.S. I am in and out of the U.S. so much, and I see how the world views us. And when we have had the greatest level of respect, and I had the blessing of being out there in other parts of the world when Barack was leading us, and also when Trump was leading us. And I've got to tell you, the way the world views us is very different between those two. And it is far more favorable. It was far more favorable with Obama, without question. And this is not a race thing, it's a diplomacy thing, and how we treat other people and how we interact. And we're now a global economy. And so what happens in other parts of the world when they are in recession, we have a problem. So we have to look at it a little differently. Yes, America first, but in the context of understanding that we live in a global economy and the decisions we make can impact the entire world. And so I do believe that, I go back to my first comment of saying, if we put women in leadership, I think the issue of race will begin to work itself out. That is no different in my belief in this presidential race.
I gotta say to you though, I've been doing this a fair amount of time, and I feel like easily for 20 years I've been talking about putting more women in the C-suite, and I still count, certainly with the big publicly held companies, how many CEOs there are. I know when you get into smaller business and so on and so forth, women certainly have a lot more progress, but we're still talking about this, and I'm not quite sure why it just hasn't turned yet.
I wish I could answer that question. Even when you look at just education in this country, by far, it's been Black women who are literally taking all the master's degrees, the PhDs, and when you're looking at these numbers, you have to then start to wonder, why aren't there more of them leading that have done so much work to get there? And I don't have that answer, other than the fact that of how this country began. And we have to remember that, and I say it jokingly, but not really, there are literally cognacs older than our country. and so when you put it in that context, you have to remember that children make foolish decisions, youth make foolish decisions, and when you look at the age of our country, we're essentially adolescents compared to the rest of the world. And so we're still trying to figure out a lot. And I just hope that we continue to have patience and grace, because traveling this world, I know without question that we are the greatest nation in the world, without question. And we just have to do the work of being better ourselves. And we've come a long way. If we go back 60 years, I could have been water hosed literally in the middle of the street and no one been charged for it.
Wow.
So we are advancing.
Right.
And we do have to give ourselves grace about that. While we continue to challenge our country, we need to also honor the progress.
We are talking with Fawn Weaver. She's Chief Executive Officer of Uncle Nearest, joining us from Tennessee. As we mentioned, she created this company. She founded it back in 2016. We want to talk a little bit more about whiskey, but your own path. I mean, you wrote Happy Wives Club, One Woman's Worldwide Search for the Secrets of a Great Marriage. That was back in 2014. You mentioned the book on whiskey that you've written, Love and Whiskey, The Remarkable True Story of Jack Daniel. You're a TED speaker. You are on the board of Endeavor Group Holdings. I'm sure I'm leaving something out.
There's another book in there, The Argument-Free Marriage, 28 Days to Creating the Marriage You've Always Wanted with the Spouse You Already Have.
You're super fascinating and interesting. I am curious about on the board of Endeavor Group Holdings, and I do think about the importance of we are in the media, the importance of media, movies, entertainment, in terms of pushing and helping things change, bring about change. I am curious about your role at Endeavor. How much that is a big part of the conversation, the importance of what we see up on screens, big screens, little screens, what we see out there, in helping make people think differently about what society, where we need to move towards, especially at a point where we have an election where we could potentially have two candidates where the outcomes of what America looks like going forward could be vastly different, possibly.
Absolutely. I've been on the board of Endeavor since prior to it going public. And I will tell you, being in those boardrooms, I would put my money on R. Emanuel, Patrick Weitzel, and Mark Shapiro every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Mm-hmm. Their ability to understand entertainment and content is something that is pretty unparalleled in the industry. I know a lot of the CEOs of the entertainment studios and the other agencies and things of that nature, and the way they look at bringing diversity to the forefront, they really are ahead of the curve in how they look at that and how they're positioning that and how they're thinking about even packaging different deals together so that we can move our country forward, but not even just our country, because our entertainment that we put out of America goes around the world. It influences how the entire world sees us. So if there's any area, any industry that's coming out of America that is the most important for progress, it would absolutely be the entertainment industry, because people mirror what they do in their countries based on what they're seeing in our entertainment.
Hey, Fawn, I want to go back to your path and how you got to where you are today, and sort of like understand how you've been able to pivot and kind of play in all these different areas, because you've been doing restaurant, food and beverage, real estate, you're an author, you're on the board of Endeavor, as we mentioned, and then whiskey. Help us understand how you can, how
does that
somebody,
happen?
Yeah, how somebody goes and is able to play in all these different places.
I think a lot of people box themselves in and they don't really see the overlap in so many different things. So my first company almost 30 years ago was a public relations and special events firm. And if you look at the way that we've built Uncle Nearest into the fastest growing bourbon and American whiskey in U.S. history and some of the other accolades and things of that nature, one of the things that you will find is that our company has grown really going directly to the people through unearned media, through the press, because I can't spend $100 million like my competitors can. I can't go out there and, buy menu placements like they do. I just came back from London and they'll spend $50,000 to buy a menu so that they have all their different alcohols on there for a year. I can't do that. But what I can do is I can tell the story of Uncle Nearest and our brand to Bloomberg, and I can do that. So that's literally everything I've ever done, any company I've ever been involved in. There has always been two through lines. One is they've been built utilizing earned media, being able to, the power of storytelling. Consumers do, in fact, care about stories. Right. And quite frankly, they prefer the stories to be real. And so the deep dive into research that I've done for every book has been consistent. But the other thing that you'll find with the 3 books that I've written and the TED Talk, I'm always talking about love. And what our society has done is decided we have our work life, we have our personal life. Love exists in our personal life, but it does not exist in our work life. And that simply isn't realistic. We need to, that has to carry throughout everything. You have to love your work.
Yeah.
You have to love the people that you work around, or you're going to have a miserable existence 12 hours a day or however many hours you work.
Amen, because I love my job. I love the people I work with. And I know, seriously. And
She does.
you know, you walk in and you're like, okay, this is pretty cool stuff. 1 more minute left here. I'm going to your website. I'm looking at, you've got old-fashioned cocktail kits. I am a whiskey sour kind of girl, something my dad used to make when we were growing up, believe it or not. Tell us about, we're Bloomberg 2, just real quickly, last minute, kind of growth that you're seeing in your business.
Oh, Uncle Nearest, it's phenomenal. The industry, and this is a whole other conversation, but the industry is down overall, double digits. The on-premise, which is bars and restaurants, are down 8.8%. Uncle Nearest is up 55%. And I believe that that has a lot to do with the fact that people are realizing, boy, Uncle Nearest tastes really good in an old-fashioned. It's really good in a whiskey sour. It's really good in a penicillin. And so the restaurants and the bars are the ones that are really driving the growth of Uncle Nearest. And it's both the story and the fact that we're the most awarded bourbon 5 years running.
All right, good stuff. So much fun. And we went so many different places. So appreciate it. What
Fawn, when you come to New York next time, come hang out with us in the studio.
I would love
Visit
to.
us at Bloomberg.
I would love to.
Maybe we'll have an old-fashioned or whiskey sour along with it. That would be a lot of fun.
That is a really good day.
Happy Friday and happy weekend. Fawn Weaver, she's the CEO of Uncle Nearest, which we said makes Tennessee whiskey, but we know she's so much more. So highly recommend you check her out and do a little bit of a Google search. So interesting stuff.
Great stuff. Hey, let's get a check on how the market's closed and also some business news happening after hours. Here's Charlie.
All right, I thank you very much. What a week for the U.S. stock market. 5 days in a row, U.S. stocks advance. On the week, we had the S&P 500 index up by 4%. Here's where we close. The S&P right now, 5626, up 30, a gain of 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 297, up by 0.7%. NASDAQ up 114, up by 0.7%. The big move, though, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up today by 2.5%. Traders revive prospects for a half-point Fed rate cut next week, driving stocks to their best week in 2024. 10-year 3.65%, the 2-year 3.58%. Gold up $22 the ounce, $25.80, a record up 0.9%, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%, $69.23 for a barrel of WTI. So what has changed for the U.S. stock market? That question for Carol Schleif, Chief Investment Officer at BMO Family Office.
One of the things that is shifting is you're seeing a broadening in the markets, and that's really helped. You're seeing it because it's not just the Dow or the S&P leading, it's also in a concentration of the S&P, it's broadening out to the other 493 names.
Carol Schleif of BMO Family Office, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Donald Trump sent shares of his social media startup soaring by 11.8% today after he said at an event that he has absolutely no intention of selling his shares. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're saying that someone called Beetlejuice.
Don't say his name. If you say his name 3 times, he will appear.
I know this is a big step for you, but in the words of Dr. Glickman, I'm going to give you the push you need. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Is that
Beetlejuice? Beetlejuice.
Carol.
Wait! It turns out saying it 3 times isn't all that bad, though, guys. Relax.
Okay, here's why. Beetlejuice, a sequel to the 1988 spooky comedy hit movie, brought in $111 million in ticket sales in its domestic opening over last weekend. Our team reported this on Monday. It drew in younger filmmakers, or film goers, I should say, as well as those nostalgic about the original picture.
36 years ago. Amazing. The Warner Brothers Discovery film exceeded the company's expectations. It had forecast 90 million in box office receipts going into the weekend. So delighted to have with us Al Goff. He's Beetlejuice screenwriter. He's joining us from Los Angeles. Also with us here in studio is our own Mark Lydorf. He reviewed the movie, so we just want to kind of have a round table. First of all, Al, thank you so much for joining us. 1988, I had to think back kind of where I was. The first Beetlejuice movie, 36 years. Why did it take so long, or why are we now getting a sequel after 36 years?
Well, I can't answer why it took so long, but about 3 years ago, Tim approached us on the set of season 1 of Wednesday.
Tim Burton.
Tim Burton.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, and and asked us to write the sequel. He had been thinking about it for a long time. He'd been having conversations with Michael Keaton and Winona Ryder, and he said it's the movie that he's asked most about, and people have been begging for a sequel for years. And I think he was ready to do it. We met with him. We kind of went through all of his ideas, what he wanted in the movie, and we went off and wrote an outline and pitched it to him. He really liked it. We wrote the script. I mean, Miles Miller, my writing partner, and I have been partners for 30 years, and this is probably the smoothest and fastest movie we've ever had from would you guys write the script to 3 years later, here we are, the movie's out in theaters. So, it's been an incredible, thrilling experience for us.
No, you and Miles, this is Mark Lydorf, who I had the pleasure of seeing the movie in Mexico City. I wanted to see this movie so bad. I asked them if I could review it on vacation. And I'll tell you, the kids in this industry screening were all in their 20s. And I know you and I are about the same age, I think. But so I assumed you'd be writing it for my generation, kids who loved it in the 80s. And the folks in Mexico just ate it up, and they were all a lot younger than me. So, congratulations!
Thank you.
You and Mr. Miller are no strangers to success. Of course, you also created Wednesday, which I think I read is the most viewed Netflix series in English. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's kind of incredible.
By the way, it is incredible. We can't believe it ourselves. So,
but that also was a Tim Burton project, and my first question for you would be, what is it like writing for an auteur like that? Someone with such a specific aesthetic and kind of quirky sensibility. Is it harder or is it easier?
Well, the two things. What's interesting is we had written the first episode, the pilot episode of Wednesday, and we sent it to Tim, and because he was our first choice to direct it. Which, by the way, is like shooting a satellite into space and hoping you get an answer, right? So, and because he'd never done TV, we didn't know, but my first jobs were all in sales, and if you don't ask, the answer is no. So we sent it to Tim, and literally 4 days later, we got a text from his agent saying Tim read the script, he loved it, he wants to FaceTime with you guys, and so it's one of those like dream scenarios for us. And we FaceTimed with Tim. He said he loved the script. He'd circled the Addams Family, several times in his career, but never had found a way in. And he loved it. Wednesday was his favorite character in the Addams Family. He said he would have dated her in high school, and then which, by the way, felt very on brand.
I was going to say, it's not surprising to hear that.
Not surprising.
It doesn't surprise me.
And so that's really how it started. But I think when you look at Tim's movies, what's really incredible is the majority of them are family dramas with his unique perspective on the world, which is so incredibly unique and specific, but somehow is incredibly universal. And that is something I think he is singular as a filmmaker in that respect. So I think for us it was, Beetlejuice to us is really the most joyful movie you'll see this year about death and grief.
Well, can I just say, from someone, you guys all know, our audience knows, I'm from a large family, one of 7 kids. I mean, every family has its love, its quirkiness, its stresses. You know, Tim, you're from, you know, you've got a bunch of siblings too.
Yeah, 3 siblings,
like we
kind
all
of all
know,
over.
like we can relate to this, right?
Yeah.
We can relate to this.
I'm curious about what Tim Burton's role is, as you guys are the screenwriters. Where does he get involved, and where do you kind of, where are you involved?
And now we have about a minute, and then we'll come back and do some more conversation.
Sure. Well, the quick answer with this one, because it's so personal, he gave us his ideas. We came back, we wrote the story, we wrote the script, and then we spent a year, you know, going through drafts. And I think what Tim does is, it's like a tuning fork. He could read something. There might be a section of a script where he's like, something isn't feeling right here. You know, I think let's focus on this area. He'd have some ideas. So it was incredibly collaborative that way with him. So, and I think because we've gone through and done Wednesday with him, we could speak Burton a little more fluently. So it helped a lot.
Burtonese, coming to a language learning app near you. Listen, we got to do a little bit of news, and we're going to come back and talk some more, because I am curious about, you know, the first call, was it also to Michael Keaton, or second call to Michael Keaton, like, would you do this with us? So don't answer. We're going to come back. We're going to continue with Al Goff, screenwriter at Beetlejuice, joining us from LA. And of course, with us in studio is our own Bloomberg Business Week reviewer of films, Mark Lydorf. We've got lots more conversations to come. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on this Friday. Carol Messer along with Tim Stenevec. We'll come back in just a moment.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec. on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we want to get right to it. Al Goff, still with us, Beetlejuice screenwriter, joining us from Los Angeles, and also here in studio, Bloomberg Business Week film reviewer, Mark Lydorf, and of course, I'm here with Carol. I'm Carol Master.
You are. Today you are. Friday the 13th, you never know.
It's Friday the 13th, like crazy things happen. Triskaidekaphobia, there we have it. Hey, Al, so Michael Keaton, I'm just curious what that phone call was like. Was he in from the get-go? Did he say, yep, sure, yes, no, what? Like, what happened?
We know it's Tim was talking to Michael. So when we wrote the script, we were like, we really have an audience of two. It's Tim and Michael. So I think once we had the script and we'd gone through a couple rounds with Tim and he had a draft he felt really good about, he sent it to Michael. And
so you guys wrote it before even Michael was on board?
Yes. Tim, like I said, Tim had been having conversations with him, but he hadn't read the script and he could have said no. And, he was, very complimentary of the script and, really liked it. And, we got a lovely email from him. So we were like, there's three emotions in show business: depression, surprise, and relief. And we were relieved. So, yeah, we were relieved.
Well, speaking of Michael Keaton, I wondered watching the film, he seems to be improvising a lot. I suspect he's not. And I just wonder if there is room with an actor like that, a character like that, if there is room for improvisation and how you write around that.
The answer is there is room for improvisation. We wrote it because the character he created with Tim in the first movie, which, by the way, we went back and read the Beetlejuice shooting script, and that character, in terms of there's a Beetlejuice in it, obviously, but that voice was really something that Michael and Tim and created on set, the whole look and the thing. So the good news is he's such a classic specific character is we were able to write to that voice. And we always treated Beetlejuice as an agent of chaos, which is what he is in the movie. So and the thing that we were all cognizant of, Michael probably the most, was you don't want him in too much of the movie. A little Beetlejuice can go a long way. You don't want it to, and I think because of that, when he's on screen, he's that much more impactful.
Right. Well, he's not actually the main character of the film, either film. He's sort of the hardest working supporting character, I would say. I'm wondering if there are specific jokes, not to spoil anything too much, but are there specific visual gags or jokes that you wish could have made it to the final edit? Like things that you wrote into the script that sadly got lost, goofy stuff.
It's funny. I'm sure there are, and I can't remember any at the moment.
Well, there's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we're really sort of thrilled with how the movie, turned out, and we haven't, destroyed people's childhood memories. That was always the big fear.
That's a good thing. Hey, what I wonder, because how much of this must have felt like this grand reunion, right, of bringing back so many people who had obviously worked on the original, like what it was like on the set?
Well, we weren't on the set because, unfortunately, it was during the writer's strike, so we couldn't go. So, which by the way, sucked.
That's a bummer. Yeah.
Wow. That sucked.
Wow.
But I think it was, certainly for Michael and Winona and Catherine and Tim, I think it was like a family reunion. And, having spoken to all of them, obviously, after, the shooting and during this whole process leading up to it, I mean, they could not be nicer, could not be more thrilled. Their genuine love and affection for each other is really, evident. And I think for Tim, from what all accounts we heard, is he loved just being on set and making the movie. So, and again, I think the directors, especially with Tim, but in that sort of director's DNA and his love of what he's doing is and his passion for it, I think it gets on the film somehow. Not that there's film anymore, but you know what I mean.
Speaking of Winona Ryder, my big question about the movie is Lydia Dietz. And the few knocks I've heard on the movie is from people who, like me, love the original and thought, oh no, she's a disaster. She's not that confident, stylish fabulous, fearless kid that she was. And me, personally, I loved that. She's a basket case. I'm not ruining anything too much. She's a basket case. She starts the movie popping pills. Her life is a mess. I'd like you to speak about that. Why was it important for you to have Lydia be so hobbled?
Well, part of it is we looked at her. It's like, and you're right. Like she's this, and it's the Winona we all remember from our youth. Yeah. And but I think it's 36 years, and we're like, how would a person who sees ghosts every day, how would they be 36 years on? Like that's got to drive you crazy, and it makes you